Hello, everybody, and welcome. Today is going to be a special day. We are going to do our first episode of Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson. Now, with me is Bob Dub and Vincent from, what is it, what is that, VJM Publishing?
VJM Publishing, that's right. That's my initials, Vincent Jamie McLeod Publishing.
And we have also, I forgot your name, man. What's your
Julian.
name? Julian, yes, Julian. And I should know that because old John's had a partner named Julian that I knew. And Julian, they do podcasts of their own, and they've graciously accepted my invitation to come on the show so that we can talk about cool stuff. And this cool stuff involves philosophy. Now, Vincent wanted me to jump straight into Pythagoras, which I think, or I debated on that, to be honest, because Pythagoras has such a infamous name if anybody's into the circles when it comes to philosophy. But at the same time, it was also a good thing to bring up because they almost place him as like a god state, in a god state, you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
it's something that really should be discussed. But before I do that, I do want to talk about Xenophonus and Parmenides. Before, I believe I said those names right. Came close, didn't I, Vince?
I think so. I'm not 100% sure. I'm not a ancient Greek language scholar. I just know a lot about the philosophy. So if anyone gets it wrong, don't feel bad. I don't really know 100% either.
Yeah, okay. But anyhow, I want to get into those first, and then we can get into Pythagoras and eventually Plato. That way everybody has a little bit of a background on what we're discussing, and we can move into the last of what it is. It's supposed to be Plato and his theory on forms. But before we do that, I've asked Bob Dub to do a reading for me. This is her reading, and I want her to share it because it was actually pretty cool when I heard it, or read it. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to you, Bob Dub.
Thank you so much, Roger. I'm really honored that you would give me this opportunity. And so thank you, Roger. And also Vince, thank you. It was your writing on the masculine that inspired me to produce this piece.
Cheers, Bob.
So the feminine, or a woman becomes what her men think of her. The world is balanced by four forces: good, evil, the masculine, and the feminine. Good and evil are constantly at war with each other, while the masculine and the feminine are constantly seeking ways to cooperate with each other. The masculine and the feminine axes are perpendicular to each other and can be imagined as a cross. The masculine axis is a solid perpendicular pillar made out of metals. At the base is lead, followed by tin, iron, copper, silver, mercury, and at the top is gold. The feminine axis is the horizontal arm of the cross, and it surrounds the masculine axis like a nebulous cloud of unseen energy. This feminine energy is both chaotic and orderly at the same time, and can be understood as being made up of the four seasons: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. It could perhaps be helpful to typify the feminine axis as a cylindrical cloud surrounding the metallic pillar of the masculine axis. The state of the feminine axis depends on where it is in relation to the masculine axis. The cloud is strongly influenced by the metal section of the pillar that surrounds it. So, for example, the feminine axis at the level of gold on the masculine axis will be infused by the attributes of gold, but will still strive to find balance along the axis of earth, water, air, fire. It is also important to note that the feminine axis is cylindrical in shape, implying the cyclical nature of the feminine, and also is gaseous as opposed to the solid masculine axis. This illustrates the eternal flux of the feminine. At the bottom of the cloud, the feminine is infused with the principles of led men. Whereas the men's consciousness is raised, so too the consciousness of the women around them on the feminine axis. In the dance of life, the male leads and the female follows. Femininity expresses and deals with emotion and the non-material world. Masculinity is all about rationality and conquering the physical world. Each season occurs at its own time, and yet during each season the weather can change so that elements of the other seasons appear. The feminine enhances the masculine and allows for it to proceed smoothly, as when the weather is predictable and stable. The feminine is also the happiest when it is efficiently flowing between its many variable states in an orderly and predictable way. The solidity and stability of the masculine provides the energy for the feminine to achieve balance. As the masculine expresses itself throughout a person's life, the person enters into different stages of development and moves, hopefully, from a lower state to a higher state. Therefore, maturity in terms of the masculine axis is about progressing through the ranks and achieving higher states of functioning. The feminine, however, is infused with energy, and there is not progression to higher states of energy. Instead, the feminine is mature when it achieves balance. The feminine is the mistress of balance, cooperation, fairness, equality, and inclusivity. The function of the feminine is to temper the masculine. It is not good for man to be alone. Instead, he has been provided with his reflected opposite, grounded in the reality of his materialism. Man goes out of balance very easily. He is a creature of extremes. The feminine abhors extremes and strives to create entropy. Femininity is mood. The moods flow from one to another, never stopping. Femininity is flow. There is no pinnacle development for a woman. Woman is defined in the moment of giving birth, when she dies to her singular self and becomes two life forms, then 3, then 4, then 5. She multiplies herself, and as each birth occurs, so does the death of her previous self. The birth and the death occur in the same instant, just as the winter turns to spring and the summer turns to autumn. Death is life. A female child defines herself in terms of the males in her environment, her father, uncles, grandfathers, and brothers, and their friends provide a solid and stable network of ideas within which their family and community function. If the men in the environment are iron men, for example, then they provide a hard, uncompromising environment of division, achievement, and order, within which a girl child finds her balance by becoming gentle, nurturant, and inclusive. In a gold environment, where men radiate truth, women develop the ability to teach. The feminine takes the state of the masculine axis around her and magnifies it and then diffuses it throughout the people around her to create the emotional environment that modifies the harsh, judgmental, dispassionate reality of male rationality. But a girl does not mature by rising through the ranks of achievement and self-actualization, as a boy does. Instead, within the world her men create for her, a girl strives to achieve balance and harmony. This balance is tenuous and temporary when she is young, but as she achieves maturity, she is able to create and sustain a stable emotional environment for her offspring. This stability tempers the masculine characteristics of the environment, which have to deal with survival and not with procreation. In order to achieve this balance, the woman must cause the energy to flow. There is no solid state that a woman can achieve. The best a woman can hope for is a smooth and beneficial transition between emotional states and a small deviation of emotions around neutral emotional states. A woman struggles for balance in all things, and her day, her year, and her life are all an exercise in achieving equilibrium. The things that need to be balanced are grouped together into 4 categories. Women must be all 4 seasons, each separately, but each also at the same time as the other. Woman must be spring. She must be about looking forward to the longer days, the brighter sunlight and the new babies, the flowers and the fruit. She must feel life and participate in it and channel it spiritually, physically, and psychically. She must lift her face to the sun and feel the joy course through her blood. And at the same time, woman must be summer. She must always remember that the sun feeds the soul and that growth results in the harvest. She must always be guiding, protecting, nurturing, leading. She must stay 2 steps ahead, projecting into the future what the outcome of every word and action will be, and shaping all her words and actions so that the best possible harvest, which is well-adjusted offspring in a well-adjusted community, will result. Women must strive for long sunny days and tranquil warm evenings. She must build a fire for the family to sit around, and she must tell the story of life to them. And always there is autumn. A woman must always consider the fragility of life. She knows when the great bear is sacrificed in the sky, and her soul feels his blood drip down through the leaves, staining them red and yellow and orange. She is surrounded by her children's blood, formed inside her own body, flowing and swirling around her through her home and out into the community, and she knows how easy it is for their blood to be spilled. Every month, a woman relinquishes the old dead blood and tissue that will never form life, and she allows it to mingle with the decay of the world, the blood that will not support life, dead, brown, stinky, foul blood. Within the ecstasy of existence is the agony of loss, of nothingness, and the void. And so there is spring and there is summer, and the end of spring and summer, but all the time there is winter. Winter is not death. Winter is depression, coldness, and aloneness. Winter is the absence of light and the absence of joy. There is a season for everything. Winter is slowness and calm and rejuvenation. Winter is the world of God and peace and soup and love. Winter is when we snuggle close and touch each other and endure and hope. We hope for spring and summer and for life. To balance these things in her heart and gut is the duty and the obligation of each woman. She serves God, the giver of life. She is the one on whom the future depends. He is the one on whom the present depends. She has no time for humor or for danger. Men must provide an environment for their women which is aimed solely at the production and maintenance of new life. In an environment where men of gold provide absolute life-giving stability, life can flourish and multiply. All other environments are second best. For a woman to become fully functioning and integrated, she must be kept safe from all harm and danger. If she is unharmed and actuated, she can be the perfect mother. This is what is important in life. A woman cannot achieve balance and cannot achieve maturity and sanity unless she is bonded securely into a system of rectitudinous men. A woman's main tool to achieving balance is self-sacrifice. There is no room in reproduction for selfishness or individuation. When one woman learns to trust and obey, huge ripples of healing and productivity flow out from the feminine axis into the environment around her, and communities are born. One woman can sustain 12 communities.
That it.
That is it.
That
Thank you.
is excellent. Now,
Yeah, you wrote all that.
yeah,
Yes.
Right. That is amazing.
I read all
I can't
that.
believe it.
I read
That's
all that.
that's as good as something I could have written. I think
Wow.
Confucius would have been proud of hearing that. That was really something else. I didn't think you had it in you to write something that good.
Wow. Thank you so much.
Did you
Wow.
did you see?
Yeah, well done.
Did you see the first interview she did with me, guys?
I may have seen bits of it.
The ending of it, we had her do a reading from one of your books, and she just blew everybody away. I mean, everybody was silent by the time she was done. I mean, that's the whole reason why I wanted her to do that. Is because like she's really good at reading, not just writing, but she did
Yeah,
an
yeah.
excellent job. You know.
Yeah, no, that was something else. I'm super impressed by that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you so
no,
much.
there's things I didn't even realize myself, like such as the fact that the feminine axis is the conduit through which the divine energy that flows down the masculine axis goes through the feminine axis to go from there to the family and from there to the community and out into the wider world. I didn't really understand that myself, so that's quite good.
That's pretty good.
Well, it's so amazing, Vince, because like you've taught me this stuff. Like everything that you've said to me, like all these thoughts like are in response. So it's almost as if I'm just supplying the feminine bit, the woman point of view. Do you know what I mean? I mean
The devotion. Yeah, no, I understand the
Exactly.
devotion. Yeah, but really, my teaching is my own devotion to Confucius, where most of this information originally came before it came to me. So by teaching other people about it, that's my devotion to his rectitude, the rectitude of Confucius, by which we've all been inspired. It sounds like.
Well, that kind of goes into what I was saying at the beginning, okay? Like, today, I wanted everybody to come together to talk about Plato and Plato's theory on forms. But just like Vince, okay, Plato didn't just have an epiphany. This wasn't stuff that just popped into his head, you know? He was a very educated, well-educated man who knew previous teachings, and that's kind of what I wanted to get into when I was talking about getting into Xenophanes and Parmenides, I guess would be the best way of saying his name, because
Keith, I think, yeah.
because they were influences on him. You know what I mean? Maybe not directly, but from one to the other. You know, so that's kind of why I wanted to do that. And on the recording, it's taken a half an hour to do that. So I'm gonna ask you guys ahead of time. If we go over an hour, are you guys okay with that?
Yeah, no problem.
How about you,
Yeah,
Julian?
that's fine.
Okay.
All good.
So we can get the whole topic covered, and we don't have to worry about saying, well, we've come to the end of the hour. We'll just take that end of the hour and throw it away. So, sounds good to me. Okay, so who here has any experience on the teachings of Xenophonus?
I think it's pronounced Xenophanes, but I'm not actually sure. Yeah, Xenophanes. But I've observed that Xenophanes was the father of skepticism, if I'm not mistaken.
Criticism, and he was also probably among one of the first poets to create satires as well because of his criticisms. And he was also because he had a critical style as a poet, you know what I mean? And he had a issue with he'd criticize the values of wealth, excesses, athletics. Like, he wasn't really big on the whole athletic thing, which I understand. There's quite a few people who are like that, but he criticized it. And he also criticized Homer, which I was wrong about, and I want to apologize to you, because the reason why he criticized Homer wasn't because of religious or theological beliefs. It was because Homer made the gods out to be weak, and that was one of the things that he had an issue with. So he made him out to be morally weak and foolish. So that was my bad on that. And like I said before we started, I haven't read up on philosophy for like a year and a half, so I'm kind of shaky on it and memory and stuff. I'm getting old, so old folks. So that's basically.
That's interesting.
It's basically a rundown on him, but if you guys want to discuss some stuff that you know about him, maybe go over a little bit. One thing that he was big on was the first principle. Okay, do you guys know what the first principle is?
It depends on who's saying it. Can mean various things. Can mean the material world, can mean consciousness, can mean reason.
Okay.
In the case of Xenophanes, it was more about the material world.
Okay, you have something to say, Julian?
I mean, I'm not particularly familiar with Xenophanes, but I was just looking, and it's interesting. Like you say, he was the originator of, or one of the first people to bring about satirical humor. So he was criticizing other philosophers with the satire.
Now,
I think a lot of his deal was really being the first person, the first man to seriously question the same things that the herd was going along with. The herd, normally people, if you go back to the times of the old priests and the old kings and the old chiefs, you just basically believed whatever you were told, and you didn't really ask questions, otherwise you kind of got destroyed by the authorities. But in ancient Greece, they had that freedom. They had that freedom of thought that hadn't existed previously, and so someone like Xenophanes was able to come along and satirize so much about the existing culture and society, not only the politicians but also their myths, like the Homeric myths. That's very much like how Giordano Bruno was criticizing Catholicism in 1600 AD. It's a very big deal. So he would have started the tradition of doing that.
now,
And interesting,
oh, go ahead.
like you say about Pythagoras, of course, as well, being into the mathematics and having an academy where people came to study mathematics. That's obviously had an influential effect on Plato as well, because of the world of forms being very much mathematical in nature. So it's interesting to look at the context of where philosophers like Socrates and Plato came from and the influences that were happening on them.
Yeah, it's surprising how many influences there are, because you tend to think of Socrates and Plato and Aristotle as so great, but they really did have, well, they are great, but they also did have a lot of prior influences. And even those early Greeks had a lot of prior influences from the Egyptians. Like the great thing about Pythagoras, he was probably the first Greek to ever go to Egypt and study in the Egyptian mysteries with the Egyptian priesthood. So he was one of the first to take that ancient Egyptian knowledge and come back to ancient Greece with it and start teaching other people about it, which is why he was so amazing, and probably why they killed him in the end.
Now, with Xenophane, when it comes to him being a thinker, he was a highly original thinker, and like what he mostly sought was explanations for physical phenomena, like clouds and rainbows, and he wouldn't give references to the divine or mythical. You know what I mean? There was no divine or mythical explanation. And that's where he basically based all of his thinking, his original thinking, off of the first principles, where he wanted to find out where it stemmed from, where there was no previous origin. You know what I mean? The original beginning of like each concept and stuff like that. So that was a big thing that he was against, or he was for, you know. He also distinguished between different forms of knowledge and beliefs. He was what do they call it? Epistemology. I keep
epistemology. Yeah.
Yeah, he was big on that, and I believe that he might have been like the founder of it. He might have been one of the first of being founded or founding that belief. But I'm not quite sure on that. You can't.
Well, he was skeptical about mortals having divine knowledge of God, so he essentially is coming up with the precursor to the modern scientific method, isn't he, by reasoning from first principles, from what we can see from the natural world, and essentially saying it's too difficult to know the nature of God and things like that. So that's very much credited with being the precursor to the sort of scientific method we see today. But then we come to the limits of that when you don't have an explanation for the divine, then how can you explain where all of the natural material world comes from?
Exactly. And it's what I'm about to say is controversial among a lot of the scholars, and they dispute these claims that I'm about to make. But it's also believed that the Iliasts and the Parmenides, they saw Xenophane as the founder of their doctrines, and they also interpreted his works into terms for their doctrines as well. But like I said, scholarship disputes these claims, but the modern scholarship actually, like back in the day, there was no dispute about it, but now they're starting to question it and stuff like that. So I did want to mention that as well, and that's the reason why I believe Xenophanes should have been discussed, and then go into Parmenides and talk about him, So before I do that though, with what I was saying, have you guys heard anything or discussed anything when it comes to his connections with Parmenides and the Iliastics? The Iliastics is a school that was formed in Parmenides' hometown, and it was that's where they come up with the Iliastics. So, just saying. But have you guys heard anything about that, or is it?
It's a new one to me, Roger.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, you mean
Yeah.
Iliastics? Oh, yeah, with an E. Yeah, sorry, I
Yeah.
thought you said with an I. It's
Iliastics.
yeah, that's right. I know. Yeah, I've heard of them.
Yeah. I mean, sounds like you're up with more Greek philosophers than we are, Roger.
Well,
But
he.
yeah, a lot of them fall into specific schools of thought. You know, like you're saying, the empiricists, like we just discussed, are one school of thought, and then the idealists and that are another school of thought. You also had in ancient Greece a big debate between the flat earthers and the globe earthers.
Yeah, you can see how Xenophanes was the first of, or one of the first of the line of people who started actually thinking about science properly. The line that would have led to Aristotle and then to Francis Bacon and so on to our modern world. So really, we've got a lot to thank such men for. Otherwise, we'd probably still be really primitive, just believing whatever the priesthood said and not questioning it too much. Like the skeptics, they trace their school back to Xenophanes and say he was pretty much the first guy that ever started thinking skeptically, which was to say he questioned the authorities.
And the fact that he was into satires on top of it, that just kind of sets him into a whole different category, you know what I mean? So, I mean, for me personally, I think it does, because I get into writing, you know. I'm not only into doing all this cool stuff, but I like to sit down and write, you know. And as a writer, hearing this great philosopher also being a satire, I mean, that's actually pretty mind-blowing if you think about it, you know. It really is. He would have been, oh my goodness, he would have been the college wits of his day.
Yeah.
He would have, you know.
Yeah, it's wicked that he wasn't just a master of theology, but also more of the humanities, like arts, culture. I think that's they tried to do that back in ancient Greece. They didn't so much hyper focus on one extremely specialized set of thinking or actions. They were more generalized, which I think's great. I wish it was more like that now.
Yeah, well, this Elias is interesting, talking about his beliefs in God, belief in a corporeal God, so believing that God could be essentially a physical being in the material world rather than, the Platonic idea of an ethereal God. So that's certainly an interesting concept from Elias there.
Yeah. Now, when we talk about Ilias and everything, we have to start talking about Parmenides. Now, he was a late 6th and early 5th century pre-Socratic Greek philosopher, and he was from Ilia in Magna Graecia, I guess is the way it's pronounced. Now, that was the time period that they've got him dated at, but don't get me wrong, in Plato's dialogue, they really don't have a set time on how old he was and stuff like that, because like in Plato's dialogue, Plato places him at the age of 65 in 475 BC, but Diogenes indicated that he flourished just before 500 BC. That would put his birth at 540 BC, where Plato would have placed it at 515 BC. So right there, that's another issue that I do want to mention, because like a lot of people get this idea that these philosophers are like the time periods that they were alive is accurate, and that's not the case for a lot of philosophers. Like there's time missing, and it's hard for them to really calculate what time period they're from. Pythagoras is a good example of that. They really don't have very much information on them, and a lot of it isn't really like written down. So I do.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Go ahead.
It's amazing how little information has actually survived and how much of it has had to have been reconstructed over the years. I mean, let's not forget that a lot of this ancient Greek knowledge was actually destroyed in Europe after the fall of Rome, but thanks to it being kept alive in other parts of the world, it was able to come back to Europe during the Renaissance. Otherwise, we might not know about many of these ancient philosophers of ancient Greece. They may have all been forgotten.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's amazing how many texts have forgotten, and even this Parmenides, he's only got one text that's survived in the modern day.
Mm-hmm.
And even then, it's just fragments. It's incredible. Like Parmenides, he could have written 20 books like Aristotle did, for all we know.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, they're all lost.
No, it's also been thought that he was in his prime around 475 BC. So that was a set date that they ended up having. But I did want to say that for sure. That's something I forgot to say as well.
Mm.
So it was right around 475 where he was in his prime, and they explained. It's hard to explain, but there's a way that they date time periods according to people's prime, which I believe is at the age of 40. They considered that being in your prime. So
yeah, they've got a different idea to modern Westerners when your prime is like 18 to 25, when you're boozing it up at university and getting laid. They'd say that's your prime, and then after that you join the hard working world and you suffer for the rest of your life until you go on the pension. Like in ancient Greece, it was more like you spend your 20s and 30s actually trying to figure out what's going on in the world. So you're really just learning. You're doing your apprenticeship as a man, and it's not until age 40 that you've actually got some idea about what's really going on.
Mm-hmm.
Mm.
Now,
Yes, and then you have to be over a certain age to be a philosopher king in the Republic, right? Isn't it 50?
man, that's insane. Especially considering, like, well, in the Egyptian world, I know their lifespans were really young. Like 40 years old was almost an old man, So that would be something to really take a look at when, I mean, I've actually browsed through the information, but I've never really did a deep dive on it. So maybe that's something I might do in the future. Now, on nature, now, this is where it starts getting really cool. In this poem, he suggested his views on reality, the way of Aletheia and Doxa, and Vincent even commented on this. So, with this, I want to go into Aletheia and discuss his view on that. Do either of you guys have any information you want to put out on Aletheia, or should I just go ahead and read a description of it?
Just one thing I'd like to say is his two concepts of Aletheia and Doxa, they're very similar to the second tenet of elementalism, which says that the conceivable universe is divided into consciousness and the contents of consciousness. Aletheia really seems to refer to consciousness in the spiritual sense, and doxa to the contents of consciousness, which are of course ever changing, in contrast to the Aletheia.
If you want to dive into that some, give us a little bit of an example of what you're discussing right there, so that, you know what I mean, kind of elaborate on that.
Well, when Parmenides was speaking about Aletheia, or the truth, he was speaking about principles that don't change. So he's really talking about that's a very embryonic form of what would later come to be known as the theory of forms that Plato elaborated at length. So the Aletheia refers to the divine realm of unchanging attributes, which is outside of time, outside of space, as opposed to the doxa, which is really more of a material kind of thing. So Parmenides, he conceptualized the split between the higher worlds and the material worlds, the lower worlds.
Okay, there you go. I thought I'd have to leave it on widescreen so that you could have a couple minutes to elaborate. You did a really quick job of that. That was good. I'm not used to that, man. Thank you, Vince.
Right.
Okay.
No, that's so good.
That was pretty good, actually. I was impressed. I had to pull it off of the full screen and everything. Now, Aletheia, according to this, is the truth or disclosure of in philosophy. Originally in ancient Greek philosophy, the term was explicitly used for the first time in the history of philosophy by Parmenides in his poem On Nature, in which he contrasts it with doxa. It was revived in the works of 20th century philosophy. Martin Heidegger, although often translated as truth, Heidegger argued that it is distinct from common concepts of truth. Now, in antiquity, Aletheia is variously translated as concealedness, disclosure, revealing, or unclosedness. The literal meaning of the word is the state of not being hidden, the state of being evident. It also means factually or reality. It is the antonym of lethe, which literally means oblivion, forgetfulness, or concealment, according to Pindar's first Olympian ode. In Greek mythology, Aletheia was personified as a Greek goddess, Aletheia. In some accounts, she was a daughter of Zeus, while Aesop's fables state she was crafted by Prometheus. In Interpretatio Graeco, she was equated with Veritas, the Roman goddess of truth. So there you go, got that covered. So, you got any comments on that?
Yeah, well, it's very much influential on Plato, isn't it? Because he talks, of course, a lot about truth, and truth being an absolute thing in the world of forms, whereas today we have this idea of postmodernism where everyone can make up their own truth, and that there's no one objective truth, and truth is just what everyone chooses to identify with as the truth. So of course, postmodernism is, diametrically opposed to the likes of what Parmenides is writing in there about the revealing. Everything that can be revealed is the eternal truth, because it's like you say, it's unchanging, it's always true.
Well, it seems like back then in ancient Greece, they were really determined to come up with a methodology by which they could distinguish truth from falsehood. Whereas now, in the postmodern age, like you said, Jules, it's just about making things up. You know, you can just make up whatever you want and just say, well, that's my truth, and that's how it is. But I guess Parmenides would say that was just people getting lost in the world of doxa and abandoning aletheia completely. But that just goes to show how far we've degenerated. You know, all these great philosophers, we've gone backwards from where they were.
Now that you mentioned that, the whole time you guys have been talking, the word doxa has just been popping up in my head. So I think that's the point where we need to elaborate on doxa. So I believe the best way of doing that is to have Vince give us a little feedback on what doxa is and tell us a little bit about it, kind of give his explanation.
Well, doxa can really only be understood in reference to aletheia, meaning the truth. So doxa doesn't mean lies, it just means opinions. And they're the sort of thing that people come by not from using logic and using reason to determine what the truth might be, but from sensory perception. So your sensory perception might tell you that so-and-so is a bad person, but that's just an opinion. That's part of the world of doxa. So doxa really refers to the material world, that which is eternally changing. I suppose you could say that it refers to, it was a form of feminine, form of understanding the feminine as opposed to the masculine aletheia, which is more concerned with the absolute.
Yeah, very much contains people's opinions and beliefs and false beliefs, or like we were saying with the postmodernists, that would fit right in with the doxa, because it's all of the people can believe whatever they want to believe in the doxa because it's their opinion, it's not the absolute truth. And it's like why they have modal logic now, so that you have a logic system which represents the true statements, but then you also have a modal logic which represents what an individual believes to be true. So that can happen essentially in a silo, so that it's not contaminating the truth of the overall logic system with baseless opinions.
Oh, you should have heard Vince before we got on here. He reviewed, I guess, that doxastic logic that I posted up on my live stream. He said it could be kind of complicated. I could go over that, but I'm not gonna do it. It's horrible. It really is. Like the logic behind doxa is insane, and they've got an outline for it. That's the crazy part about it. Like for doxa, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Get complicated.
Yeah, it gets complicated real quick. It's the types of, they have reasoners. Doxastic logic is a type of logic concerning the reasoning about beliefs. And doxa is a common belief in popular opinion, in classical rhetoric, which rhetoric is kind of another thing too. Like it's more rhetoric than anything else. Like I can just throw rhetoric up and see how many people feed into it, and the only reason why I'm doing it is because I'm wanting to elevate in status, you know what I mean, or something like that. It's in contrast with episteme or knowledge. So that's the basic first part of it. Then the etymology, the term doxa is ancient Greek noun related to the verb doxein, D-O-K-E-I-N, meaning to appear, to seem, to think, to accept. And between the 3rd and the 1st century BC, the term picked up an additional meaning, with the Septuagint used when the Septuagint used doxa to translate the biblical Hebrew word for glory. This Greek translation of the Hebrew scriptures was used by the early church, as used by the early church, led to frequent use of the term in the New Testament, and the word also used in the worship services of Greek Orthodox churches. So that's interesting right there.
So they've essentially appropriated that word for a different meaning, because the kavod is the some people believe it's like a craft that the god flies around in. Other people think it's like the glory that surrounds God, but that's obviously a different meaning, and they've used the same word, doxa, which originally, as we discussed, meant people's opinions and beliefs that were not necessarily true, of course.
Now, the term doxastic derives from the Greek, from which the English term doxa, popular opinion or belief, is also borrowed. Typically, a doxastic logic uses the notation, looks like B and a small x, to mean it is believed that so-and-so is the case, and set B, blah, 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 and then it starts getting into, like, math equations. In doxastic logic, belief is treated as a model operator. And that's where you was talking about, like, models and outlines and stuff like that, and like it comes down here. It says there is complete parallelism between a person who believes propositions and a formal system. That's it. You said formal systems, and derives propositions. Using doxastic logic, one can express the epistemic counterpart of Gödel's incompleteness theorem of metalogic, as well as Loeb's theorem, and other metalogical results. I can't believe metalogic. I can't believe I had a hard time saying that. And other and other metalogical results in terms of belief. So they have after that they go into crazy stuff like types of reasoners and things of that. I can share the link if you guys want to check that out.
Oh, that was interesting. What was it saying again in relation to Gödel's incompleteness theorem? Because that's certainly a fascinating subject.
Well, give us a little feedback on that. Once you say it, you gotta do it. So
yeah, well, it's created huge problems in mathematics, because you had the likes of Bertrand Russell, who tried to write the Principia Mathematica and formalized all of mathematics into one big book, but it was Gödel's incompleteness theorem which proved that there would always be something that they couldn't put into that mathematical system, the incompleteness. There would be some true statement which they couldn't prove, and there would be always some unknown quantity in the system. And because of the incompleteness theorem, as soon as you think you've got a complete system, you basically realize that that's just a much smaller cog in a bigger machine, and then that system has incompleteness as well. So it creates a paradox. If everything's incomplete, how do we stop just an infinite recursion? There must be some point at which the system does become complete and unified again. So it's still puzzles philosophers and mathematicians. So it's interesting that it came up in connection with that doxastic logic.
Yeah, I thought that was pretty interesting too, but it like I said, it gets really complex. I put a link in the chat over here on the side if you guys want to click on
But,
it and look at it.
Ultimately, at the heart of the incompleteness theorem is the paradox, P and not P. So you have a proposition and the opposite of that proposition, both being true at the same time. So it's a contradiction and absurdity, but it's almost like it's oscillating between the two. It's almost like the proposition is going from true to false, back and forward. So it's very much like a yin-yang symbol where true and false are just swapping back and forward, because as soon as something becomes true, the opposite of it becomes true. So paradoxes are very much at the heart of this very complex mathematical idea.
It's very much like how each of us are consciousness and the material world all at the same time. Like our being is some kind of mixture of consciousness and a material phenomenon called the body, which couldn't possibly have given rise to consciousness. So that, yeah, you can see why that would transition back and forth. If you think of yourself as consciousness, then that's one state, and if you think of yourself as your body, that's another state.
It's pretty good. Now we have to get to Pythagoras. This is Vince's favorite part. This is what he's here for. Now, one thing that I did want to mention first was his early life. Herodotus, Isocrates, and other early writers agree with Pythagoras. Now, that Pythagoras was the son of Menesarchus, or how do you say that? Menesarchus?
I'm not sure. Yeah.
And that he was born...
Menesarchus.
Yeah, Menesarchus. And he was born on the Greek island of Samos in the eastern Aegean. According to those biographers, Pythagoras' father was not born on the island, although he got naturalized there. But according to Lamblicus, he was a native of the island. He is said to have been a gem engraver or a wealthy merchant, but his ancestry is disputed and unclear. His mother was a native of Samos, descending from a Geomori or Moi family. Apollonius of Tyana gives her name as Pythias. Lamblichus gives her name as Pythias. Lamblicus tells the story that Pythia prophesied to her while she was pregnant with him that she would give birth to a man supremely beautiful, wise, and beneficial to humankind. So that's where we start getting, in my opinion, to the idolizing and stuff like that. So I mean, I'll open that up to you guys and let you guys do your comments on that. Do you think that was probably a little embellishment put there?
Well, Pythagoras was certainly a powerful figure. He ended up becoming a cult leader and probably getting killed for the reason that he had a cult that was a threat to the democracy of the time. So he was definitely a very, very big deal.
But what about what he said about Pythagoras being a beautiful, wise, and prophesying that she was going to give birth to Pythagoras, who was a wise and beautiful, who's going to be a wise and beautiful man? Do you think that might have been embellished a little bit?
Possibly. But what I do know about Pythagoras is that he was, because he was also a vegetarian, that was part of his cult, and that was an original thing. back in the day that was possibly influenced by Egyptian contact that had come through ancient India. So that was really original for ancient Greece. Like the thought of just not eating meat for spiritual reasons is just not something that people would think of if they'd been brought up on the Iliad. So he was quite original in that way. So he was probably a minor religious figure in the centuries that followed.
Okay. Yeah, and I know when it comes to beauty and wisdom and stuff like that, that was a real strong Egyptian belief. Like they really thought that was important in their culture, you know. So it does make sense. Now,
yeah, well, they would have
ahead.
had a concept of this higher knowledge being brought to them through the gods.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ancient Egyptians would have believed in Hermes Trismegistus, and they would have believed that such beings were like intermediaries between the higher powers and humanity. So Pythagoras would have probably just been another one of these to a slightly lesser extent.
Okay. So now, it was mentioned that he left Samos at the age of 40, which would have given the date of his birth to 570 BC, when Polycrates was in reign. So they said that he would his date of birth would have been around 570 BC. Pythagoras' name led him to be associated with Pythian Apollo. Aristippus of Cyrene in the 4th century BC explained his name by saying he spoke the truth no less than did the Pythian, or Pythian, whichever way you say it. Now, during Pythagoras' formative years, Samos was a thriving cultural hub known for its feats of advanced architectural engineering, including the building of the tunnel of Eupalinus, and for its Riotus festival. How do you say that? Riotus festival culture. It was a major.
Riotous.
What is it?
Riotous.
Oh,
Riotous.
riotous. That must be.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Riotous. Okay. It was a major center for trade in the Aegean, where traders brought goods from the Near East. According to Christian L. Jost Gaugier, these traders almost certainly brought with them Near East ideas and traditions. Pythagoras' early life also coincides with the flowering of early Ionian natural philosophy. He was a contemporary of the philosophers Anaximander, Anaximenes, and the historian Hecataeus, all of whom lived in Miletus across the sea from Samos. So
I'll tell you one thing that really fascinates me about Pythagoras is that he seems to have come into contact with a bunch of ancient Indian ideas, like a lot of ancient Vedic ideas.
Mm-hmm.
And if you look at the Greek religions, they would have shared a common ancestor with the existing Hinduism that exists today. So the ancient Greeks, the ancient Romans, they would have followed an Indo-European tradition that would have had certain ideas. Like it says, the teaching most securely identified with Pythagoras is metempsychosis, or the transmigration of souls, which holds that every soul is immortal and upon death enters into a new body. And that's just the Hindu idea of reincarnation, which was shared with the ancient Greek religions before they were replaced by Christianity, because Plato writes about this also in Timaeus about metempsychosis and how it's just an established fact. So it's interesting that they thought like this, whereas we are lost in the world of doxa so much that we don't understand aletheia to the extent that we even know about reincarnation anymore. You know, most people are just materialists, and they think the body is what they really are, and when the body dies, that's it. So Pythagoras would have had some very different ideas, believing in reincarnation, and he would have been a vegetarian for the sake of hoping to gain a more auspicious rebirth, like many Hindus are. So it's interesting that he would have had such ideas going way back then.
Right. And it's interesting to see all the parallels with what you see in the Socratic texts in Plato. Like you said, the riotous festival culture, and in Plato's books, often Socrates will be traveling to some festival and he will meet people along the way, and that's actually the scene that these books are set in. So there's also the Eleusinian mysteries in ancient Greece, where they would have these big festivals and they would participate in the kykeon, which is believed to be some sort of psychedelic substance which was commonly taken by a large number of people in the society once a year. And of course the other parallel with Plato and Pythagoras is the fact that they had the academy, where it's very much an elite educational institute focused primarily on mathematics and philosophy. So Pythagoras has obviously had his academy, and then Socrates and Plato have gone on and set up their own academies. So it's very much to keep what would be called the mystery school knowledge now contained, so that it wasn't lost or diluted by the outside culture.
Exactly. Now, modern scholarship has shown that the culture of archaic Greece was heavily influenced by those of the Levantine and Mesopotamian cultures. Like many other important Greek thinkers, Pythagoras was said to have studied in Egypt. By the time the Isocrates in the 4th century BC, Pythagoras' reputed studies in Egypt were already taken as fact. So, his studies in Egypt was even before Socrates. So, it was just generally considered a fact, a taken fact. You know what I mean by that point. So,
yeah.
There you go.
Well, a lot of the great philosophers would have done that. Many people would have participated in the mystery schools like the Eleusinian mysteries, and they would have taken a psychedelic and seen beyond. But anybody who really wanted to take it further in ancient Greece would have probably had to have gone to Egypt, which would have been like probably the similar way that we see Europe nowadays. If you're in somewhere like America or Australia, New Zealand, you kind of see Europe as a place which has more learning, more knowledge, more culture, and that is how the Greeks would have seen Egypt. So if they wanted to get educated, they would have gone to Egypt the same way that a modern person might go to Germany or France or Britain.
Now, when we were talking before the stream started, you had mentioned that we might have to mention Heraclitus in the Atomist as well. So I think this would be a perfect time for you to break in and kind of give a little bit of a story on that. What do you think?
Yeah, well, Heraclitus, not so much is known about him, but he's really, his most famous idea is what's called the unity of opposites, which Terence McKenna used to talk about. He called it the coincidentia oppositorum, and it's very similar to what's known as the second Hermetic principle, which is the principle of correspondence, as above so below. Many people have heard that phrase before. It's from ancient Egyptian learning. So Heraclitus may have been another one who traveled to ancient Egypt to become a great philosopher, and he knew about the unity of opposites, which Newton also knew about this. It's an alchemical law. So when Newton came up with his law of motion that said every action has an equal and opposite reaction, he was just referring to this law of correspondence that Heraclitus would have been the first Westerner to speak about. So yeah, he was sort of different to Democritus. Heraclitus was kind of a bit angry, and so he contrasted with Democritus, who was a happy sort of person. And Democritus was the guy who came up with the concept of the material world being made of atoms, because previously then it was mostly just thought of as being energies like air, fire, earth, and water. But Democritus was one of the first to be so materialistic that he conceived of it in terms of atoms. Atom being the ancient Greek word for indivisible. So he invented that word, and we still use it today in materialist science.
Now, the thing that interests me about him and Pythagoras together, and a lot of people don't really put the connection on this, but I do see it, and I don't know how you guys feel about this, but like when you listen to what's being discussed about Pythagoras, especially with Pythagoras, and then you take a look at a lot of the Gnostic readings, okay, then you hear Adam. Adam was also mentioned in the Gnostic writings in kind of the same type of structure, you know. So for me, when people debate on if Gnostics is more of an Egyptian Christian mix, you know, I have no doubt in my mind, because you can obviously hear the blending of Christianity with Egyptian, you know, with that. And the same goes when it comes to Pythagoras. You can definitely hear the Egyptian influence in there, you know. So that's just my personal belief, but I'd like to know what you guys think about that when it comes to Gnosticism and the Pythagoras.
Well, it was the Egyptians who were first credited with coming up with the idea of monotheism, which was Akhenaten, who was supposed to have thought it up a very long time ago. And it was his idea that there was only the one God, and that the gods were something that wasn't so important. So yeah, that would have been a big deal. That would have influenced a lot.
And yeah, like you say, the Egyptian mystery schools has had a huge influence not only on Greek but also on Christian culture, and being the proximity, of course, of these countries. Egypt was once part of the Greek Empire, so they were still traveling within the Greek Empire, and of course the library at Alexandria was a huge store of knowledge in the ancient world, and of course catastrophically destroyed with fire. And like you say, it's really the Gnostic side of Christianity which is talking about these perennial truths, and it's very much suppressed in the mainstream versions of Christianity, because Gnosticism's considered fairly fringe, and it's but it's definitely talking a lot more along the same lines, because in the biblical narrative, of course, the wise men came when Jesus was born, and he was supposedly Herod put out the order to kill the babies, and they fled to Egypt. So if you believe those scriptures, then Jesus would have grown up in Egypt as a young boy, because he would have been fleeing from persecution as a baby, you know. So those influences could have been the reason why he wasn't, necessarily just talking about Judaism. He may have been talking about ideas that he picked up on his travels that could have included Eastern religions as well.
And I'd also like to remind anybody who's watching this that Pythagoras was quite a bit of time before the time of Jesus, so these ideas would have already blended into that society pretty good by that point, you know what I mean? So, and that's another thing that, you know, I had an issue with when I first started reading about it. I didn't comprehend the time periods that these people were in, you know what I mean? Like, Pythagoras was way before the time of Jesus, and you're talking about Old Testament time periods when it comes to Pythagoras, you know what I mean? So that's how far back this stuff goes. It's really interesting. When I finally comprehended that, it just dawned on me. I mean, this is ancient knowledge, man. This is back during the times of Babylon, you know. So
Yeah. Well, that's where some of it would have come from. Like Pythagoras' understanding of astronomy possibly came from the Babylonians originally. That because they developed a lot of the old mathematics, like Pythagoras' theorem, which he's well known for. It was actually originally something that they came up with in old Babylon, and he probably inherited that knowledge from Babylon via Egypt. So a lot of this ideas really are so old that you can't even remember who came up with them originally. Like Parmenides, he may have been 2,500 years ago, but the ideas that he's famous for, they may have been first thought up 2,500 years before that, for all we know. Perhaps as far back as ancient Sumer or the ancient Indus Valley civilization may have thought up some of these ideas.
Okay. Now, we need to get into numerology. Okay, the so-called Pythagoreans, who were the first to take up mathematics, not only advanced this subject, but saturated with it. They fancied that the principles of mathematics were the principles of all things, and that's Aristotle in Metaphysics 1 through 5, circa 350 BC. According to Aristotle, the Pythagoreans used mathematics for solely mystical reasons, devoid of practical application. They believed that all things were made of numbers. The number 1, the monad, represented the origin of all things. The number 2, the dyad, represented matter. The number 3 was an ideal number because it had a beginning, middle, and end, and was the smallest number of points that could be used to define a plane triangle, which they revered as a symbol of the god Apollo. The number 4 signified the 4 seasons and the 4 elements. The number 7 was also sacred because it was the number of planets and the number of strings on a lyre, or a lyre, lyre. And because Apollo's birthday was celebrated on the 7th day of each month, they believed that odd numbers were masculine and even numbers were feminine, and that the number 5 represented marriage because it was the sum of 2 and 3. So right there, Bob Dub, you have done a great job at writing about masculine and feminine. So I want you to talk a little bit, because after that reading, what comes through your mind?
I think that it's absolutely fascinating that you say that. I didn't realize that Apollo's birthday was celebrated every single month.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and 5 being the marriage being the, I mean, how is that? Say something more about that. Marriage is the union of 2 and 3, and 2 and 3 are masculine and feminine. Is that what you were saying?
It's the sum of both 2 and 3.
So interesting. So I've never heard of that before. So 2 being matter and 3 being the ideal number. it's just so interesting to me that I've known it, and I know before from like emotions. Our words for emotions are the words for physical actions, like roll with the punches or stand your ground or things like that. But I had never realized that the principles of mathematics were the principles of all things.
Mhm.
So yeah, I'm a bit gobsmacked at this moment in time. My brain is sort of like just vibrating.
Did you notice
Wow.
also, Bob, when Roger was talking about the magical number 7, that also reflects the number of steps in the Mithriac ladder or the Great Masculine Axis. So you'd spoken about that previously on the show already. The 7 alchemical metals going up from lead to gold. That is also a reflection of that magical number 7.
But let's not forget, I missed one of them that needs to be mentioned. And 10 is regarded as the perfect number. Okay, and the
Yeah.
and the Pythagoreans honored it by never gathering in groups larger than 10. So,
It's interesting what you said about the masculine and the feminine being the odd and even numbers, because it reflects what is in the I Ching, which is the 64 hexagrams derived from the yin yang symbol essentially, but you have 6 of them to form each of these symbols, and the 1 and the 2 are the masculine and the feminine in that as well. So presumably the 3 must represent a masculine as well, because the 2 and the 3 together makes the marriage of the 5.
That's right. Yep, that's true.
okay, so
Yeah, Pythagoras was all into this magical numbers. Like he had the tetractys. It's probably worth talking about the tetractys at this point,
yep,
which
this
is
what we're going in.
which is your pyramid. It's like a pyramid of 10 dots arranged in 4 levels, such that the highest level has 1 dot, and the second highest level has 2 dots, next level has 3, and the bottom level has 4. And that represents the top level being 1 single dot. That represents the unity of all. In other words, how it represents the Tao. So it represents God and the material world all together in one power, one energy that's beyond time and space and thought. And then the second level, of course, represents the division of that original godness into masculine and feminine, such that you have the feminine on the left measured by a 0, and the masculine on the right measured by a 1. And then on the third level you have, as said before, you have such a thing as time now, because you have a beginning, a middle and an end, and that represents the alchemical elements of mercury, salt and sulfur, such that salt is in the middle, it represents stability. Mercury is on the left-hand side, that represents the more feminine, changeable, fluid and liquid aspects of things. And sulfur is on the far right, which represents the more masculine, fiery energy that rises above. And of course, the level below that has 4 stages. Those represent earth, water, air and fire, such that the furthest left can represent earth, because it's the most feminine. Next to the right is water, because it's the next most masculine, and then you have air, because that's more masculine still, and furthest to the right you have fire, which is the most masculine element. So really you can imagine it as just one single point, which then descends downwards into the material world, and in doing so divides itself into masculine and feminine, because of course God is neither masculine nor feminine, but also both and neither at the same time, and therefore God is not divided into anything until God extrudes God's self downwards into the material world, and in doing so God becomes masculine and feminine and air, earth, fire and water and all the other things. So if you add all those dots together you have 10. That's why 10 was considered the magic number of completeness, and the Pythagoreans didn't like gathering in groups of 10 because they thought it meant that one of them was going to die, because there was so many. So 10 is like the the perfect number that contains all of this knowledge within it. The 4 levels of the Tetractys.
That is just so incredible. It is just so amazing. It's like the most perfect map of the world.
It is. No, it is. It's absolutely astonishing. And that Tetractys was, there's an entire chapter about this in The Secret Teachings of All Ages by Manly P. Hall. So if you want to know more about the Tetractys and Pythagoras, because there is actually a whole chapter about Pythagoras as well, and how he was a vegetarian and how he believed in reincarnation, and how this may have been influenced by ancient Indian ideas. So yeah, definitely, if you're interested in these topics, The Secret Teachings of All Ages, that's a great place to start.
Yeah, I had to step away to have an emergency with the restroom, so I came back and I wanted to bring up the symbols too, with like the monad, the dyad, the triad, and the tetrad, you know.
Yep.
Unity, power, harmony, and cosmos. That is the first 4 numbers. The first 4 numbers symbolize the musica universalis and the cosmos. So now, if I remember correctly, this also has to do with something that you're talking about with vibrations and music, right, Vince?
It's very similar, yeah, because on the far left of the Tetractys, you'd have your low vibrational energies. So you'd have your cold and your dark and your damp energies. And on the right-hand side of the Tetractys, you'd have your masculine energies. So that'd be the warm and the light sort of energies. So the world that we experience, the sensible world, is just in between those 2 extremes. God splits God's self into an extreme of feminine and an extreme of masculine, and in between is the entire great fractal that the entire material world that we experience from day to day.
Okay.
It was incredible, yeah, how much they were able to come back to the actual first principles of things. Like if you think that in our world today we think in terms of computers and cars and infrastructure and all of these extremely derived concepts, but Pythagoreans were thinking about the Tetractys in those 4 levels, like you said, unity, power, harmony, and cosmos. Yeah, it's wicked.
You know, the 4 rows add up to 10, which was unity of a higher order, the decad, D-E-K-A-D. And then the tetrasides symbolize the 4 classic elements: air, fire, water, and earth. So that kind of goes into what Bob Dub was talking about in her reading, where she was talking about air, fire, water, and earth.
Yeah, well, the lowest level of the Tetractys is really pretty much the same thing as the great feminine axis, and then you have the masculine axis right of that, which leads back to the one. If you get to the highest point on the great masculine axis, you get back to the one, the monad, and you understand the nature of the divine.
All right.
Yeah.
That's pretty interesting how that's set up. And
it's amazing.
Yeah, it really is. That's mathematical to the point. I mean, and sorry about that, but this right here basically could go right into every type of math that we have today, to be honest with you, when you think about it, like even calculus to a certain degree. I mean,
yep,
it's pretty interesting.
Yep, it's fascinating. You know, I love it. I couldn't believe it when I read about Pythagoras and the Secret Teachings of All Ages, and it was shown to me that he could encapsulate so much knowledge in the Tetractys. All it is 10 dots. You know, it's just 10 dots, but if you know what those 10 dots mean, you can actually derive an incredible amount of what would have been ancient Egyptian knowledge.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Well, it's just like with the Sumerians and their math. Okay, I've seen an example of how they did their counting with fingers, and like we use slide rule, you know what I mean, where they could actually use their hands to do the same thing. And this was complicated math. This was back at the beginning of civilization, you know, and these guys were doing freaking complicated math on their hands. You know.
Yeah. I guess they just had to make do, since they would have been the first ones doing it.
Yeah, it's interesting when I see that kind of stuff. So now that we've done the tetrasites, do you guys want to cover the mysticism? We've done numerology. Do you want to cover the mysticism with
Here you're talking about reincarnation,
Pythagoras? Okay. Another beautiful attribute to Pythagoras was of the harmony of the spheres, which maintained that the planets and stars moved according to mathematical equations, which correspond to musical notes and thus produce an inaudible symphony. According to Porphyry, Pythagoras taught that the 7 muses were actually the 7 planets singing together. In his philosophical dialogue, Pittacus, Aristotle has his literary double say. When Pythagoras was asked, he said to observe the heavens, and he used to claim that he himself was an observer of nature, and it was for the sake of this that he had passed over into life. Pythagoras was said to have practiced divination and prophecy. In the visits of various places in Greece, Delos, Sparta, Philus, Crete, etc., which are ascribed to him, he usually appears either as his religious or priestly guise, or else as a lawgiver. Pythagoras and his followers reportedly had a spiritual practice known as smoke trapping. This involved entering an enclosed space, typically a cave, and lighting a fire until noxious fumes filled the room. They would inhale the smoke and would experience vivid hallucinations due to oxygen deprivation and hypercapnia. They supposedly would see divine geometric shapes and patterns, which they would copy onto the walls with charcoal to be analyzed at a later point. So
yeah, tell you what that reminds me of, the smoke trapping. That reminds me of how the ancient Scythians would gather in these big tents and essentially hotbox them with cannabis by taking up all these superheated hot rocks and then chucking cannabis flowers on them until they burned, and the entire tent would become full of cannabis smoke, and they would go in there and they'd hotbox themselves, they'd inhale all the smoke, and yeah, they would experience vivid hallucinations, not only due to hot oxygen deprivation, but also to the high of the cannabis. Now, I don't know if Pythagoras, I'm pretty sure he was smart enough not to just light a fire of wood and get oxygen deprivation from the wood fumes. I'm pretty sure he would be clever enough to have sourced something like, if not cannabis, then perhaps frankincense or something similar, and had a proper, actual, real spiritual experience, similar to what Herodotus wrote about the Scythians doing.
And he was most likely aware of what Herodotus had written about the Scythians, so it's quite possible that he was doing the same thing there with the cannabis in the hot box.
Yeah,
but
very
it's
likely.
fascinating what they described there, because it's very similar to the geometric patterns that people experience when they take psychedelic drugs, and psychonautic science is really the study of these hallucination patterns and the ability to navigate through them. And it's fascinating that thousands of years ago, people were in a cave with charcoal drawing these patterns out as they were hallucinating them. So it's very much a timeless practice. It's not something that people just have done in the modern day. It's been going on for millennia.
Yeah. You can take psychedelics and see a tetractus. That's happening all around the world all the time. You know, people are still doing that and have been doing so for thousands of years.
But the fact they were recording that is their methods were almost more advanced than what people are doing today. Like, there's very little study of those geometric patterns actually happening, apart from just a small number of people.
Now, see, like, even with the effects, though, do you guys remember as little kids when you was hanging out with your buddies and you told them to freaking press against your chest while you leaned up against the wall so you could barely breathe? Do you guys remember doing that?
No, I used to spin around. You spin around and round and round in circles real quick until you get dizzy. That was what we did in Nelson.
But there's also, if you press against your eyeballs, you can also see hallucinations as well. They're pretty out there designs.
You can do a lot of that, and like, it's like, it's not really hard at all. Like my buddy old John, which Vince has met, you know, he talks about visions and stuff, you know, and things of that nature. Whereas he doesn't take drugs, but Mr. Robot, another guy that I know, he's all about like the DMT and the
wicked,
all of that.
Cool.
So they actually did an interview with one another where one never did drugs and the other one was on drugs, and freaking they both had the same experience, you know what I'm saying? So it was a pretty interesting interview. I got to listen to it and I thought it was pretty good. I don't think either one of them realized how good it was either, you know what I mean, because it came out really good and very informative. But the whole hallucination thing, man, I mean, I wouldn't go into a cave and try to smoke myself out either. I mean, I
would.
Well, I mean, you would, but you wouldn't use freaking wood to do it, though, would you? You wouldn't be burning logs.
I wouldn't use wood. No. I'd do it the Scythian way, for sure. Now, get some hot rocks, superheated hot rocks. Yeah, chuck some buds on them, and then just breathe it in.
Well, the Indians did sort of kind of meditation like that too in their teepees, I believe. But they also put drugs and stuff inside the fire too, so they could have visions and stuff.
Yeah, the American Indians also smoke tobacco for hallucinations. So like just strong, huge concentrations of tobacco also can be hallucinogenic.
Yeah, and they didn't have the stuff that we got now, where it's all smaller amounts, and this stuff would have been potent. So okay, now we get to the fun stuff. Now I know Vincent wants to get into theory of forms, but there's a part of Plato that I do want to cover first, and it's Gorgias, the Gorgias dialogue.
Okay.
You guys were talking. I believe it was Julian that was mentioning Plato's play where they're going to a festival. Gorgias is a Socratic dialogue written by Plato around 830 BC. The dialogue depicts a conversation between Socrates and a small group of sophists and other guests at a dinner gathering. Socrates debates with the sophists, seeking the true definition of rhetoric, attempting to pinpoint the essence of rhetoric and unveil the flaws of the sophistic oratory popular in Athens at the time. The art of persuasion was widely considered necessary for political and legal advantage in classical Athens, and rhetoricians promoted themselves as teachers of this fundamental skill. Some, like Gorgias, Gorgias, were foreigners attracted to Athens because of its reputation for intellectual and cultural sophistication. Socrates suggested that he is one of the few Athenians to practice true politics. So, has anybody got anything to say about that?
Yeah, that's fascinating. I mean, it reminds you of the modern day politics, doesn't it? Where it's not about truth, it's just about how many people you can persuade and with your rhetoric. So,
it comes back
of course,
to the
he's challenging, very much challenging the morality of that sort of thinking. So he's putting himself apart from all these sophists by saying, that he's the only one who's truly looking at politics correctly, which is it's not about persuading and deceiving people. It's about finding the true ideal society.
Yep.
You had something to say, Vince?
Yeah, no, I just thought it's interesting that that dialogue, in that it depicts a discussion between Socrates and Gorgias. It very much is like Parmenides' distinction between aletheia and doxa again. Socrates represents aletheia, the search for truth, and Gorgias represents doxa, which is really just opinion. Gorgias doesn't care about the truth, he just wants to use opinion to manipulate people. So he's very much coming from the dark side, whereas Socrates is representing the side of enlightenment.
Yep. I think the same thing when it comes to that, and rhetoric especially. I think that's really what it was that I'd learned the last time I was in it. That's what I was telling you, I made a mistake, because I think it was more that Plato was against rhetoric, and a lot of people in today's world, they always like to use memes on the internet as a good example of what Plato was talking about with rhetoric, because that's pretty much what memes are when you go on the internet and go to Facebook and see all these people posting memes. It's just a bunch of rhetoric, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally.
And Plato was against that. And I somehow, within the last year and a half, got all that mixed up in my head. So, again, I apologize about messing that up from the last time we talked, because now I was doing my homework the other day and I ran into that. And I wanted to bring that up because I wanted to clear that up and make it straight, that I was wrong about that. So, now,
cool.
What else could we be talking about? I mean, other than that, it's time to talk about the forms, theory of forms. What do you guys think?
Yeah, Plato's world of forms really comes down to it's really the end result of all of that we've been discussing this evening. If you take the path of trying to understand the truth of the supermaterial world, in other words, the world of the divine, then you end up with something very much like Plato's world of forms. Just seems to be the end result, where Plato believed that everything that exists here in the material world is a replica of something similar that exists in the world of forms. Only in the world of forms there is the essence of each thing. So in the world of forms there is the essence of a man, for example, the essence of a woman, and each of us who are men and women are essentially degenerate forms of this perfect form which exists in the world of forms. So that's very similar to the that's very similar to the ancient Vedic idea, where you have a perfect upper world, and then there are lower worlds that emanate from that perfect upper world, and these worlds continue to emanate into ever lower and lower essentially material worlds.
Very good. You got anything to say about it, Julian?
Yeah, well, it's very interesting, the world of forms. If you look at the structure, um, it really parallels what he's writing about in the Republic in terms of the political structure, because in that society you have the commoners, the masses of people at the lowest level of the three levels. Then you have the auxiliaries, so like the people who are guarding the city, like the military and the public service, and then you have the guardians, and of course at the top you have the philosopher king. So the three levels are paralleled. When you have the supreme good, then you have the world of forms, and then you have the material world. So like Vince has said, the forms are perfect, ideal forms, unblemished, and we are copied from those forms and become imperfect copies. But it is the material world which has come from the ideal world of forms. So yeah, it's a fascinating topic.
Okay. Now, Bob Dub, what have you learned in this episode? It's your turn.
Dude, I've learned so many things. I love this thing about the difference between truth and opinion. It seems that I haven't quite got what opinion is. It seems like opinion is some sort of nebulous emotional thing, whereas truth is a more factual, absolute thing.
Yeah, well, that's why Plato in Republic, he believed that the philosopher kings, really what made them philosopher kings wasn't intelligence, really was able to perceive the world of forms. Because if you can see the truth from the falsehood, that is really the highest possible qualification for leadership. And if you can't see truth from falsehood, really you should be in a more lower position where you have less responsibility. Because if you put a person who can't see truth from falsehood in a leadership position, then like Plato said, your society's going to go down the toilet in short order.
Wow.
Yep.
So good. This idea of there being a perfect version of everything is something that just like tugs on my little girly heartstrings. I'm like, oh, I love that idea.
It's the same as what's spoken about as the higher worlds in elementalism. The idea comes from the world of forms and from the ancient Vedic ideas that the first world that God dreamed up was perfect, but that world soon became boring, and so God ended up dreaming successively worse worlds into existence for the sake of entertainment, and those worlds become more and more imperfect, and our world may or may not be one of the more imperfect ones. You could possibly get more imperfect than this, but yeah, in any case, this world is particularly intense.
So are there 7 musical notes
I think
in
so.
music?
Yep.
There's 7 notes. And so is it a coincidence that there's 7 musical notes and 7 planets? Or are the planets linked to the musical vibrations? I mean, are we counted in one of the 7th planets? Is Earth one of the 7 planets?
Yes.
Yeah. The planets they represent. They have their analogies with the 7 metals on the great masculine axis.
Mhm.
So the sun, as Plato wrote about in Republic, he used the analogy of the sun, where the sun in the material world is the material equivalent of gold in the world of forms. And so Mercury, the planet Mercury, is of course the second planet, and Mercury is the second metal. And then you have Venus, which represents copper, and you have silver, which represents the moon, and you have the Earth, which is sort of where everything goes around. So that's not really one of them. But then you have Mars, that represents iron, which is why Mars is red, because it represents iron, which is like bloodshed. And then you have Jupiter, which represents tin, and of course finally you have Saturn, which represents lead. And so lead, being the furthest metal from gold, is analogous to how Saturn is the furthest planet from the sun. or at least was believed to have been back in the day before they had telescopes. They didn't know about Uranus and Neptune and Plato back then.
Yeah. Now, the original meaning of the term eidos, visible form, and related term morph, which means shape, and phenomena, appearance, from phano, which means shine, Indo-European, or ba, remained stable over the centuries until the beginning of Western philosophy, when they became equivocal, acquiring additional specialized philosophical meaning. Plato used the term eidos and idea interchangeably. The pre-Socratic philosophers, starting with Thales, noted that appearances change, and began to ask what the thing that changes really is. The answer was substance, which stands under the changes and is the actually existing thing being seen. The status of appearance now came into question. What is the form really, and how is that related to substances? Okay. The forms are expounded upon in Plato's dialogue and general speech, in that every object or quality in reality, dogs, human beings, mountains, colors, courage, love, and goodness, has a form. Form answers the question, what is that? Plato was going a step further in asking for what form itself is. He supposed that the object was essentially or really the form, and that the phenomena were mere shadows mimicking the form. That is, momentary portrayals of the form under different circumstances. Okay, so I think...
No, it's very similar. Your shadow is the right term. If you think of yourself, if you see your shadow on the ground, that is in the shape of you, but it's obviously a lower resolution and more degraded form than your actual body. Well, that's very similar to how Plato said that your actual body was a low resolution and degraded form of the form of a man, which exists in the world of forms, and of which you, as a man, are just a shadow.
And of course, it very much relates to the allegory of the cave, mentioning shadows in that allegory. Of course, it's about people who grow up inside a cave and all they see is shadows projected on the wall from a fire, and people are walking past in the background holding up different objects which are casting these shadows, and the people in the cave, of course, think that these shadows are the real world, and that these shadows are all that exists. And one day someone escapes from the cave and suddenly is blinded by the light and can't see anything, but after a few minutes they look around and they can see the real world, and they're just blown away, and they go back into the cave and tell everyone about this amazing world that they've discovered outside the cave, and nobody believed them. Of course, and this allegory is represents the world of forms, because the shadows represent the material world that we live in, and then the outside world represents the world of forms, and then the sunlight, that's representing God, the supreme good.
Yeah, it's interesting because in the analogy of the cave, once people go and see the world of forms and realize how reality actually is, and they go back and tell the people who are still in the cave, they don't believe the people who escaped. They say, you're crazy. And that's Plato was exactly 100% right when it comes to explaining esoteric knowledge to people. Because if really you talk to most people on the street about what we've talked about on the show tonight, about reincarnation and the Tetractus and all this kind of thing, they'd think we were nuts. And really, that's exactly what Plato was talking about with this analogy of the cave. You get a higher knowledge, you can't actually explain that higher knowledge to lower people. They're just not compatible with it.
And see, that's me bringing up that reading so that I could make sure you guys talk about that cave, because I know that cave is very important. Another thing that stuck out to me every time I heard that was the story of Paul whenever he was on the road to Damascus. You know what I mean? That right there just, I mean, that's just right in your face. The scales, what was it? The scales of prejudice were pulled from his eyes and he was blinded. And after he was blinded, he started to see, you know what I mean? And that's where he changed from hunting Christians down and murdering them to becoming a Christian himself. So that was one thing that really stuck out to me when I first heard that story. I was like, that's exactly what that story is, you know. I mean, that's my take on it, at least. So I really think that if we don't have anything else to say, we can cut it short today and then maybe come up with some more material that we need to talk about, if it's okay with you guys. Yeah, we've gone for
just 2 hours. It's quite a good discussion we've had.
Yeah,
almost 2 hours.
That's why I asked you guys if you wanted to do this, because this is going to be a big one. And plus, it's our first... It's our first one, you know what I mean? It's the first for Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson, and I had the perfect people on here to do this. This was an excellent show, by the way.
Cheers, man. No, I loved it. I think we did really go into the Abyss. We went back in time to the real origins of Western thought, Western civilization, really. We're talking about once you split from just making up nonsense into actually looking for truth, you begin the process that led to all the science that we know as Western society today, all the technology and scientific advancement. So really, we're going right down to the bottom of the abyss and the beginning of time.
Exactly.
Yeah, it's interesting to go over all that background information first, because you really get the context of, you know, where these philosophers are getting their influences from.
Exactly. But I do want to say something. This is not the bottom of the abyss, because there's more to come. I want to move into some more subjects that relate to this, but it has to do with astronomy, or astrology. Yeah, astrology and astronomy. If we can get into both of them.
Astrotheology. It's also good.
And also another thing that needs to be dealt with, because this is the ancient world, we need to deal with magic and what magic was to the ancient people, because a lot of people have a disconnect with what is today in this world and what it was like back then, you know. So kind of give you an idea of how all of this stuff was eventually how it evolved into what it is today, you know. So that's kind of the stuff that I do want to touch up on, and you guys are welcome to come back and we can pull up some good topics and stuff, and we can still talk about philosophy too, because I don't want to stop there. There's a lot of other good topics that can be discussed. So
I'd love to. Yeah, sounds good.
Nice. So yeah, cheers for having us on, Roger.
Hey, is this your first time on with us? What's your thoughts on it? Do you like it?
Yeah, it's interesting, really in depth on all the other philosophers. So, you know, I had to look up some of them myself.
That's pretty good.
It goes deep. It was deep. Good deep show, you know.
Okay. What about you, Bob Dub?
I loved it. I loved having all three of you guys on, talking about these things all from subtly different points of view. It gives a real rich sort of, you know, when you go to a lecture and you listen to some professor presenting a subject, you get his ideas. But being here and listening to all three of you, it's given me such a rich sort of insight into this. I'm very grateful to all of you. Thank you for a wonderful evening.
All right.
Cheers, Bob.
It's been
Always
great.
good.
Nice.
Always good to have your support.
And that was an excellent reading that you did. If you ever have any,
Brilliant.
if you have any good readings like that, again, let me know, because I'd like to have you read them on the show for us. Kind of share it with everybody. Okay.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you. I appreciate that. I really do. It's
Yeah, I
very
wonder if
kind
you
of
can. I wonder if you can top that though.
Oh no. Let me get back on there before they think I'm off the show. Let me. Oh man, they straight up booted me at the last second. You guys hear me?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Can you hear
Yep,
me?
I can now.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, it was like Jitsi gave me the boot right at the last second.
No, no.
I was like, oh my god. Let me get it back up. Okay, so I don't want to end it on me getting booted off and you guys not being able to see you. Let me get you guys. There we go. Got it. Okay, so before we leave, do you guys want to say something?
Yeah, I'd just like to say if you're interested in some of these ideas that we've been talking about, I've got a book called Elementalism, where a lot of these very basic ideas are discussed from first principles. So elementalism has tried to go back to the original elements of the nature of reality and discuss things from there. So if you're interested in these philosophical ideas, look up my book Elementalism, and that'll have some more discussions about it.
All right. What about you?
Yeah, and you can also check out our Rumble shows, of course, on Bob's channel, Tiny Baby Kangaroo on Rumble. So that's we do our weekly show on these sort of topics, and we also do our show about New Zealand politics. So if you're interested in New Zealand politics, there's plenty going on.
What about you, Bob Dub?
I'm just really grateful to be here. It's been a really, really wonderful evening, and I have learned so much, and I just am looking forward to your next show.
Okay. And I do want to say I want to recommend going on your guys' channel and listening to these guys. They have some really, really good talks, and I even enjoy hearing the politics in New Zealand, because you guys are amazing. I mean, your country, even the way things are taking place, is just completely unusual. You know what I mean? New Zealand, that's just some amazing stuff. And later on, I'd like to get into a discussion about that too. So, but this is the beginning of Into the Abyss with Roger Hanson. And we can get you back on with my Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and we can talk about that on there. So,
Yep, sounds brilliant.
I'll let you guys go now, and
All right.
Hope you guys enjoy your day, man.
Cheers, Roger. We're just about to go to bed. It's 2:00 in the morning here.
I know.
Just about to hit the sack. All right.
Good night.
Cheers, mate.
Good
Next
night.
time. All right,
Catch you
bye-bye.
later, Roger.
Later.
Good night.
All right. Now, hello everybody and welcome back to Live with Roger Hanson. I'm Roger Hanson and I am here with a special guest. This is someone that I've been wanting to interview for about a couple months now. She was on the Wonderful World of Weirdness. Her name is Summer Todd, and her story was pretty amazing from what I heard of the first one. She's done 3 interviews with Wonderful World of Weirdness. One of them was with her son. I avoided watching those because I wanted to do this interview with her and I didn't want to influence the questions and how she answered them. So I just watched the first one and left it at that. I don't want to get too much into that. I really want to get into the interview and let Summer Todd introduce herself to everybody. So with that, I want to welcome you to the show, Summer. Before we get into the interview, though, I was wondering if maybe you could give a little bit of a background about yourself, and stuff like that, so that everybody who's listening will have a chance to get to know you a little bit more.
Sure. I call myself Summer Todd. That's really my middle name, but my name's Janine Todd. But that Summer kind of has stuck with people that know me real well, so that's what I kind of call myself right now. I'm from Southwest Ohio. I was born in Hamilton, Ohio, and have lived in this area all my life. I'm 63 now, so I worked at Miami University in Oxford, Ohio, and retired from there. I have 2 kids, and I'm just kind of a country girl. I was raised in right outside of Oxford on a small farm, and then I ended up getting married and moving with my husband to a big old farmhouse, which is what a lot of my stories revolve around. So that's just a little background about me.
Okay. It's good that you mentioned that because, first I want to go through some of the stuff that you discussed with John in your interview and kind of get a second take of it. But from what I heard from that interview and everything, I kind of have my own observation of it. And after we go through the questions and let you tell your part about it, is it okay if maybe we discuss like my observation and what I see from it, and then maybe you could kind of give you some feedback, and then you tell me what you think about it and if it makes any sense? Would that be fun? Okay,
that'd be great.
Because I did hear some good stuff in your story, and I just like to share it, but I want to wait until after you say your story again for the stream and for me, so that I can kind of get the story straight. You know what I mean?
Okay. Yeah.
Now.
That's great.
Okay, that's cool. So now that we've gotten through all the preliminaries, I guess. Now, when it comes to your story, there's just certain parts that I do want to discuss because I think those are the most profound out of it. Okay. And
okay.
The first one that I wanted to talk about was how your mother saw spirits years ago. Now your daughter has dreams. Now your son is into spiritualism. Okay.
Okay.
Your mother, you said she's seen a spirit dressed like in Victorian cloth, and that was at the Oxford College. Is that correct?
Yeah. The university, yeah, and as you know, universities are always haunted. It seems like. I know Miami University was too. So yeah.
Now, could you kind of give us a little bit of a background, a little bit of a story about that situation? Tell us kind of what all took place that she told you.
Yeah, well, my mother, I mean, she wasn't like, she had her issues and she was always kind of harsh and things, but and not really open to stuff it like that, it didn't seem like. But um, she came home one day and was pretty freaked out, and she was really open about this. She just said that she had to go in about 5:30. I think they set up the salad bar and get out. They had a food line, so they the cooks set up everything there, and then she was in charge of the salad bar, getting stuff ready for that in the dining area, and she just walked out there about 5:30. Of course, there's no students in there, and she was setting up the salad bar, and she turned around and there was this girl, and they have the dish line, where the students would take their trays and stuff. Mm-hmm. And she looked over and she said she was there biggest day, and she said she knew like nobody dresses like that, because I believe that happened probably in the mid 60s, maybe 70s, early 70s. And she looked like anyone else, like a student, but she was dressed in this weird period clothing. And she said as quickly as she looked, the girl was gone. And she told that story until she passed away. And it was really something that impacted her. I know. So that basically was a little, just that's all that happened. But
now, did she get too descriptive, or was she too descriptive about like the attire, or was it? I know you said it was Victorian and everything, but
she said it was a long black dress.
Okay.
And then I think she said she had like not like a cape or something, maybe something long sleeved or something on the top, but something like that. Okay. So there wasn't really showing down, maybe it was so fast, but yeah, it was just a lot of she was thinking it looked like an old Victorian dress or something.
Now
where they used to wear the dresses where you just didn't wear short sleeves, they came down to your wrist.
Yeah. Now there was a time period that this college suffered increasing debts, is how they said it, and eventually something took place where the Oxford College was merged with Miami University. Is that the same college that we're talking about right there?
Yes. Okay. Yes, that's it. And then I think what was going on is the women's college was open though. And so they had Oxford College, I think it was part of the women's college. I know there was Peabody, and that was all women. Mm-hmm. But I think Oxford College may have been for women. So there might have been a few students left there. But everybody pretty basically gone. And things weren't going very well financially then.
Now, it says that in 1928, the Oxford Female College building was sold, and it later became a sanitarium, and then a Miami University residence hall at Fisher Hall. Now, were you aware that one time that it was a sanitarium?
No, see, because what I'm talking about, I think that might be a different building. They call it the Oxford Community Center now.
Yeah.
But it's still there. Now, Fisher Hall was the one that was a sanitarium. Fisher Hall was over on the other side of campus. Mm-hmm. And that was, but that wasn't the dining hall she was in. She was on the, it was called Oxford College. Now, I don't know what it was called back in the day, though. It may not have even been part of the university at that time. I think they may have acquired that later. Mm-hmm. Now, the Fisher Hall, though, that was where that Ron Taman, there's a man that disappeared there, I think in the 40s or something, a student, and they've never found him. They never found him. It's a big mystery. It was on Unsolved Mysteries and everything. Did you ever see that? I'm sure you have. If you look it up, it comes up. But
Now, I don't know for sure if I've heard of it or not. I can check it up later because that right there is good stuff right there because
his name's Ron Taman, and he was in his room. I think it was over a spring break, so there wasn't a lot of kids around, and he'd been studying, and this was kind of weird. He went and asked somebody in the area. I guess they had like people, the custodials there, and said there was a fish in his bed, and he needed new sheets. So this lady gives him new sheets. He goes, and then nobody ever saw him after that. He disappeared. His roommate came home. It looked like the guy had been studying. There was a radio on. His car, I believe, was still there. Somebody around 7 Mile, which is about 25 minutes away maybe, said that he knocked on their door and was asking to go to a bus station or something. But they really don't know if that was him. Mm-hmm. And they've never ever found his body or anything. So that's the big mystery at Miami University there.
Now, it goes on further. It says the original Oxford Female Institution building was used by the college from the 1880s until its closure in 1828, when Miami University converted it into a residence hall. And
okay.
So with what you're saying right there about the fish in the bed, I'm wondering if maybe he was in that residence hall.
Yeah, I think that was Fisher Hall was a residence hall as well. Yeah, and then Fisher Hall was a sanitarium for a while, because there's a place, there's a little building. It's off of a place called Cook Field. It's it's a really old, and they have some offices there. And they said there's a tunnel that goes underneath the ground over to Fisher Hall, so the doctor could go over there. I guess, I don't know why, but back in the day, I guess they did that. So that's an interesting thing.
Now, do they have? It says that it still stands today, and it's being used as a community art center.
Well, now see, that's what's weird, because I don't know, are they merged? Because the community arts center is Ox College, and that's on the other side of town, and it is still standing. Now Fisher Hall, they closed it and they tore it down. The one that where Ron Taman disappeared, I think they tore that down, and it sat empty for years and years. And I would have to say it was probably around '89 or something. They eventually destroyed Fisher Hall, because I worked in a dining hall right up the street from it, and it was kind of creepy. Mm-hmm. But yeah, they use the old chapel of Fisher Hall on Markham Conference Center now.
Okay.
So that's a little bit of history there. But yeah, I don't know, sometimes if you read things, people get things confused. Mm-hmm. But yeah,
that's what I'm thinking too.
They do, because Fisher Hall is separate now. Like Ox College, the Miami University sold it, and now it's a community center. So yeah, and they use it for like weddings and things. And then there's another old building too up there, is Peabody Hall, and that's also, it's on Western campus. Mm-hmm. So yeah, Fisher Hall and Peabody were both on Western. The Fisher's gone. They tore it down and built another, like I said, Markham Conference Center's now where it was.
Yeah. Now, the reason why I brought that up was I thought that might be interesting information that maybe you'd want to know, because I checked into the old Oxford College and came up with it, and that was pretty interesting. And then when you said she was dressed in Victorian clothes, I was thinking that maybe it would be a good idea to get from you if your mother possibly, was a little bit more descriptive about it, because what stuck out to me was the sanitarium. There's a lot of incidents that take place in sanitariums which would cause something paranormal to happen, so.
Yeah, but like where she was at now, that is Oxford Community College, they eventually, I don't know if the university might have owned it a while after they it wasn't a residence hall, but they used it as an arts center. And everybody that I talked to, like custodials or anybody on campus, were afraid of that building. They were like, we don't even like to go in there and work in that building. There's just something about it. And then this is interesting, and I never followed up with it, but I talked to a lady that works there now with the Community Arts Center, and she told me, because I kind of told her what happened with my mother, and she was like, why don't you come up and talk to me? She said, we have a lot of ghost stories, and we even have I think they have something every month or something where people get together and kind of tell stories and stuff about it. So that place is still, but now it's not even part of the university. It's just part of Oxford, Ohio. So
that's pretty good. I mean, that right there is that's something right there to check into. I'd really love to learn more about that. So that's I mean, I really didn't like working at the university with all the red tape and stuff, but the one thing I did love, especially about Oxford, Miami University, was the campus at the time was so pretty, and a lot of old historical buildings, a lot of history there. Now they've built and built and built. It's more like a resort up there at Miami, and Oxford itself. It's kind of sad, but when I was there, they had to pretty it up though, because I mean, if you got a haunted college, you know what I mean? It's like.
Well, I don't know that it was actually known for that. It didn't seem like any of the kids cared. And actually, they love that kind of stuff, because where I grew up, right outside of Oxford, if you look this up too, you'll see it. They call it the Ghost Light, and it's been on a couple shows too. It's off of a road called Oxford Milford Road, and it's right inside town. And if you turn to the right, I used to live on Oxford Middletown Road. So, and when I was in high school, and the college kids do it too, you go down Oxford Milford Road, and there's a curve, and you turn your car around, and then you're supposed to flash your lights 3 times in the night, and you see this light come to you. It's like, come over your car or come at you, but there's no traffic coming there. So you don't know where it comes from. So, of course, me living there and working at Miami, I did that, and there was a couple times that it happened where there's just this light. It just comes right at you, and then it's just gone. And I don't know if it's some kind of optical illusion from traffic up the road, but I mean, out there, especially back in the 60s and stuff, there's no traffic out there. Even nowadays, like you could go out there at 10 at night, there's no traffic out there. So I'm not sure it could be from a car coming down the road, way down the road.
No, those kind of sightings have been reported before. I've even heard of sightings like that occurring on the back of trains. They're very notorious. They happen a lot. You'd be amazed with the amount of times that people report that kind of paranormal activity. And just to let you know, I mean, it does happen. It does. It's
weird. And then there, of course, the police come out there a lot now because students, especially around Halloween, will go out there, and they were kind of bothering some of the people that lived up the road. But but people still go to see it. But there's 2 urban legends about it. One is like there was a motorcyclist who was going to see his girlfriend, and he wrecked his bike and he was beheaded or something. I don't know. But there's that legend. And then there's another one, like I think this one goes back to more to Victorian times, where they were in a horse and buggy and they were killed, but it's a lantern. But I've seen it, and it's more like just a big light, like it would be more like a motorcycle light or something like that. And you're in your car, and it comes right at you, and you're like, you think it's another car coming, but then it's not, because it's just a single light, and then it's just gone.
Yeah.
And it's real creepy. What that is.
Now, we also need to discuss another thing that I noticed, and this goes back to you and your husband's house when you guys moved in to this house. And according to you experienced. Well, no, first, actually, before we do that, let's talk about you experiencing doors opening and closing in your house and pulling up and they weren't there and stuff like that. Now,
that was with my that was a story about my sister. My sister had was renting a house and that happened. Now I had in a dream, which was weird. Like many years later, I had it happen in a dream in that Victorian house we lived in, the old farmhouse. Yeah.
Yeah. Now, could you give a little bit of background on that, because that's something that stood out to me that I think is a good thing to discuss right there.
Okay, so do you want to hear about the dream I had or what happened with my sister?
You just go ahead and
I'll tell you
say it all. Say it all.
Okay, so my sister rented a house up in Oxford. Of course, she worked at the Miami too, because that's around that time. A lot of people work there. Because it's a rural area, so there's wasn't a lot of places to work. So she came home and from this house that she rented, which was haunted, at least when she lived there. Mm-hmm. But she came home, just comes into the kitchen. You just come right into the kitchen, and all the cupboard doors were open, and all the chairs were pulled out at the kitchen table, and she knew nobody had broken in because she had unlocked the door. It's the only way to get in. So she just sat outside and waited for her husband to come home. She was so scared. And I don't know, there's something around my sister. I don't talk to her much anymore. We're kind of falling out. But she, I didn't really recognize this, but now that you're telling me, is that maybe there is something in my family. She was one that had a lot of paranormal stuff going on around her, and always did. But not necessarily really positive stuff.
Mm-hmm. See, John, he's more positive centered. All right. Now,
I am, yeah.
And for me, I'm kind of the guy who does research. You know what I mean? And I know that, like, I know how to debunk stuff, and I know how to kind of read into people's stories and things like that. And there's stuff that sticks out to me and things like that. So when I do it, it's not really positive or negative. It's kind of like a neutral observation, because you can see negative, you can see positive if you're in a neutral spot. You know what I mean? So,
yeah.
So for me, I understand what you're saying when it comes to her. You know what I mean? She might have been seeing things from the negative aspect. You know what I mean? She's seeing the bad stuff where you're seeing the positive, just like John sees the positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So when it comes to that.
Yeah, and she had some issues. I mean, and there were some bad things that happened to her in her life, and that she just didn't feel very good about. And this is something I really didn't mention in my other interview. Is she got angry about a lot of things, and I think she burnt a Bible in the driveway. Mm-hmm. And we weren't raised in a religious family, but she was just mad at God, I guess, because of all the bad things that have been going on. And she had some issues with having babies, and she's just had a really terrible time. So she did that, and I'm not sure if she did that before. I believe she did. After she did it, then this house was having all kinds of issues. Mm-hmm. So I believe she may have opened a portal or something. Now, I don't think she's like that now, but she was just having some issues. So, because you don't do that. I told her, I said, I don't care if we're religious or not. It's just not good. It's just like playing with the board, or even if you don't believe in it, don't do that. So that may have been what she did, just brought some things on. But
right.
Okay,
now,
so anyway, if you want me to tell you next is what happened with my dream.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I was dreaming that I was in my kitchen, and this house we lived in, we had a beautiful kitchen because we tore the old kitchen down and we built a new kitchen, and I loved that kitchen. So, but anyways, down in the kitchen, and just it was like I was going to cook or something, and I was standing over by my stove doing everyday things, and I felt like something cold come over me, and I kind of looked around, and all the cupboard doors were open, and there was this presence there, and I was like, it was just evil, and I was like, oh my goodness. And then I think I woke up, and I was so glad I woke up because I didn't want to be in that dream. And my son had, he had said he's felt that presence before. But I feel like whatever it was almost in my dream. I've never felt like that. I mean, I have a couple times maybe, like the dream is so real. But I felt like it was in my dream. And then I think that was where a couple weeks later, my husband had a nightmare. And he felt it too, because he was telling me, and I said, it feels like that thing that was in my dream. Exactly. He said, it's like suffocatingly evil. I was like, yeah. So that was mine too. And, that was probably 20 years after my sister had her experience. So it didn't, that wasn't influencing my mind in any way. So
okay.
I have heard demonic stuff sometimes is like, it does that.
Now, that leads me into a question. It's not on the notes I took, but during that situation, did you ever come across any putrid odors, like maybe like a horrible stench of urine, cat urine, stuff like that?
No, I never did. And I don't believe my sister did either, no. Although my sister did have some things that happened in the house that were pretty demonic, it seemed like. But yeah, no,
okay.
No, I didn't.
Sounds it's just something that I didn't put on the notes, but like with demonic possession and demonic influence, like there's a process. Like a demon can't just possess you. Okay, they got to go through like 3 different stages in order to do it. First,
you go on. I'm sorry.
First, they got to tempt you, then they've got to influence you, and then they go and they possess you. So, like, you go through different stages of demonic possession, basically, before you get there. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, and maybe that's just was a test. And I also feel like, and you may have heard me talk about it in one of my interviews, and it might have been the one with Austin, my son, is I feel like Austin was something that kept things away from that house as he got older. He just didn't let them come in. But I also feel there may have been some spirits that were counteracting the evil spirits. I think there were various spirits in that house. But I always felt like there was something kind of protecting us.
No.
But yeah, I think it might have been something that was trying to come in, but it just wasn't going to do that there because we just didn't let it happen.
Now, jumping back though, I do remember in your interview though, you said in the house that you lived in with your mom and dad, you had experienced like hearing opening and closing doors.
Oh yeah, I forgot all about that. I didn't even put the 2 together.
And then you talked about hearing cars pull up in your driveway, and then when you went to go check it, it was gone. There was nothing there.
Well, I forgot all about the doors, and but it was only that one incident, but it was so powerful and scary because even my dad was like scared. I mean, it happened like at 5:00 in the afternoon or so, or like around dinner, right after dinner time, so it was a little later.
Right. And he was in the bathroom, I think he said.
Yeah, I mean, if you want me to tell the story again, I can.
Go ahead. I'd love to hear it again.
So I don't know. We just had dinner, so it's probably about 6 o'clock. And my sister and my mom was sitting there having coffee. I think we always drink a little coffee too, but we were doing the dishes. And my dad, it was a little house, and so he was down the hallway in this little bathroom. And so it wasn't a big house. So then there's a little bedroom where my sister and I slept, and then there was my mom and dad's room to the left, and then there's a living room. So that's all that was down there. But they had these old cupboards or like closets that, they go halfway up, and you can hang your clothes and put your shoes and stuff. And then there's a flat board across, and there's 2 cupboards like up at the top where you can put boxes and things. Mm-hmm. And my dad might have built them because the house was so old when we moved in. I think he built them. So you got 2 little doors at the top, 2 doors at the bottom that just would, you could shut. So anyway, we're sitting there just chatting and doing whatever we ever do. And we just hear those doors opening and shutting. I mean, hard. Like, I don't even know if a person could do that quickly with that many doors. It's like all of them were doing it. That's what it sounded like. We couldn't see it. And my mom was like, Bob, what are you doing? And I was like, Mom, he's still in the bathroom, because you can see, you could have seen it out. And like, no, what is wrong? So he comes out, and it's still going on. My dad could hear it. And so they run around, they run back there, and then all of a sudden it just stopped, and there was nothing in their room that was out of place. It was so odd. And we didn't have big windows or anything in that room. The windows weren't open. There's nothing that could have done that. So I don't know if it was a repeat haunting or what, but it was pretty scary. To this day, I do not have any explanation for that. We had a dog, but it was a lab, and he was out there with us. So, it's not like we had critters in there or anything. Yeah. My mom kept her place she kept it really immaculate. So you go in there, it's not like stuff flying around or falling around, Yeah. And so it was very scary. And then the other thing that happened, and that happened to all my brothers and sisters and I, and then when my kids, my daughter and son go out there to stay with my mom, they'd stay in the living room and they'd hear it too. There was a window over by where we used to have the TV, and the driveway, there's a driveway out there, and they would hear a car. You'd hear a car come in the driveway. You could hear it crunching on the gravel. We always had gravel driveway. Mm-hmm. And then you'd hear doors shut, like somebody getting out of the car, but there'd be nobody there. The one thing that's interesting to me there is, and you may know this since you said you do a lot of research, mm-hmm. is anything around water. Well, there was an old well right outside the kitchen, right by that driveway, and we actually used it for water most of the time when I lived out there. And you could pump it and use it for flowers, but we also had it come into the house. Mm-hmm. So I always wondered if maybe it was that source of water or that well that maybe caused this repeat haunting there. I don't know how I feel about bodies of water or wells. I know they, maybe people just that kind of stuff up, but I don't know. That one.
Usually when people are bringing up water and wells, it usually has something to do with old pagan beliefs. So,
okay. So that might not do it.
It could be. It's either side of the coin. You know what I mean? Like it could be. It might be something there. Is what I'm saying.
Okay.
So don't discredit it. It could be like there's something like pagan going on with that situation.
Well, interestingly, is in the old farmhouse I lived in. When my husband and I moved there, we got our water out there in the country. We had a cistern, but there was an old well in our dining room, and it just the water was nasty and stuff. So we never really used it, and I think it was mostly covered up. But it was right there inside the house. So I always wondered about, like, is that have something to do with things coming in, or, because we had that well in that house, and it definitely was haunted. And the dining room in particular seemed to be where that well was.
I don't like bringing Hollywood up and stuff like that. Okay.
Right.
But
right.
Like, have you ever watched Tommy Knockers?
Yeah. It's
Okay,
been a while.
No, he didn't just come up with that idea on his own. Okay.
Right. Yeah. I wasn't even thinking about the Hollywood aspect. I just heard, like, even just not like wells, but like creeks or lakes, or what I mean.
Exactly.
I don't know that there's any validity to it. But I guess in my experiences, now that I look back on it, I think those both homes did have the wells right there. In like I said, mine was inside my home, and the other, because there was a crawl space basement in my house too. But and then with my mom and dad, there was that old well right outside their kitchen. Oh, yeah. Don't know if there's anything that, what do they say? Every time for every urban legend or something, there's some truth.
Yeah.
Is that what they say?
Yeah. There's always a little truth in every one of them. Like, you'll find something that does have, like, a real life experience that took place. If you just look hard enough, you'll find it.
Yeah, kind of like with aliens and stuff like that. I mean, you hear all these stories, and then there's all the big, like you said, Hollywood hype about that. But you don't have that many stories without a grain of truth there. So,
the stuff that Stephen King brought up on Tommy Knockers, it goes back all the way to H.P. Lovecraft, and he was big on talking about spirits and stuff like that in the woods, and aliens in the woods too. He was he was really into that. All of his writings were fiction, but he did do research. You know what I'm saying? Like he researched his finding, or his what he wanted to make his stories out of. So,
well, yeah, and I know that because actually it's really funny that you say that. There's an old town, and if you look this up, I swear, Roger, it's just like something out. I've always said this to my family and stuff. I said it's like a town out of a Stephen King movie, and that's what Austin, my son, said. He said, "Well, Mom, he researches that stuff, and that's where he gets it." And it's an old town in Eaton it's just like something out of one of his movies. It's all older buildings, and it's got that creepy feel, and yeah, it is Eaton. You go through there, and it's like Main Street. It's terrible. There's this old courthouse, but yeah, it's like something out of, and it's like kind of, you just, as soon as you hit that area there, that town, it's like you go back in time. It's like you're back in just in the old country or something.
Yeah.
And really funny. And there's a lot of there's Amish and stuff around that area there too, and it's just got that old feel. So yeah, he does do a lot of research on his stuff, and it's right on it. It's right on it.
Okay, so before we get too much, because I do want to be able eventually be able to get you and your son together for an interview. That's why I've stayed away from the other interviews, so that it can be fresh. Okay. So to avoid getting too much into hearing much about his story at this point, I'd like to go on to another part of your story with John that I think is interesting too. We've covered your sister a little bit, but there was an incident that took place in you and your husband's house that consisted of your bedroom where you felt something strange there and she sensed it as well. That there was something in your...
Yeah, okay, so this story goes back to, we moved to the house, it was in September of 88. So we moved into the house, and we stayed downstairs because, like I said, it was an old farmhouse. They didn't have the upstairs, like the heat wasn't vented up there. So we were going to do some remodeling. Of course, we were young, and we were going to do that stuff. So we were all living downstairs, and our bedroom was off of a hallway. There was a living area, and then the hallway that went to a bathroom, and then our bedroom. And I was pregnant with my daughter, and so my husband went to work one morning, and I went back to sleep. I was trying to go back to sleep, and sometimes he'd just mess with me, like he'd come up behind me and just stand there for a while or try to scare me sometimes. So anyway, I felt something watching me. And I thought, he must have forgot something and came back in, and now he's just standing there and he's goofing around. He's looking around the doorway at me. That's what it felt like. And so I'm like, but then I got this feeling that it was not a good feeling. And I was like, I don't think he came back. I didn't hear the door, front door shut if he came back in. And so I kind of opened my eyes and there's nothing there. And I thought, I know he didn't come back. So I tried to go back to sleep, and eventually I did because I was just scared. I didn't want to get up. And so I probably did mention it to my husband. I definitely did that night, but he was like, no, I never came back. He said, I don't know what that was. So anyway, we didn't discuss it anymore. We were pretty busy. We had Thanksgiving, so that we'd only been there a month or so, a couple months, and just eating and everything. And my sisters were like, my one sister said, I went to the bathroom and it just feels like there's something weird in the hall there right by your bedroom. And it just, my husband and I looked at each other and we're like, oh my goodness, because we hadn't said anything. And then I told her, I said, that's really strange you said that. And I kind of told her the story. So, and my sisters were twins. And I had two sisters that were twins, and they were both there. But yeah, so that was, and then also in that room, when we did move upstairs, I was in the closet one day, just getting clothes and stuff out there and taking them upstairs. So it's kind of like I was moving. I was taking a lot of stuff out of there, and I had my back to the door, the closet door, and I was in the closet. And I just felt, and it was some kind of creepy spirit. It would like come up on you. Like let's just say you're outside and somebody just runs up on you and you can feel it, They run up behind you. And so I could just feel it. And I was like, oh my God. And nobody was home that day. It was just me. And I think one of my kids, were very small then. And I was like, oh my goodness, it was so intense. It was like it came up behind me. It's like, what are you doing? Like really nosy, kind of thing. And so I kind of shrugged it off and got my stuff out of there. But I noticed any time I would do anything in that room that was like that, like maybe taking books out of the shelves, something major, it seemed like where I was moving out, I would get that feeling. And also we had a computer. We used that room as a computer area, kind of a library office area after we moved upstairs. And you would feel like something, my kids and my husband would always say they felt like someone was watching them when we were on a computer coming up behind you.
Yeah.
So there was definitely a spirit in that, and it was always messing with you in that room.
Now see, that was something that was important right there to hear too, because I know that your sisters felt something and you felt something, but what about your husband? Like, out of all of that, did he feel anything when it came to those weird feelings of being watched?
I think, yeah, especially in that room that was our bedroom. Yeah, he would say it when he was on the computer. He more or less felt things out in his shop. He built a shop there, and so the shop wasn't old. He built a shop to do some work in, and it was big, and it was a shop garage. And he basically would feel things out there more than any place. Of course, he worked out there a lot.
Yeah. That makes sense.
I think he was as open to the paranormal as us and he was kind of a workaholic. But yeah, there was things that happened to him there. One time, we got a bunch of gravel brought into our driveway, and he was out there raking it and straightening it out and stuff. And he said that somebody called his name. They just said, Marty. And he was like, there wasn't anybody there. It was in the middle of the afternoon. He said it scared him half to death. I said, I don't know. This house is haunted. There's something here. Yeah.
Yeah. So, he did feel things, and that makes a big difference right there for me, because that confirms that it wasn't just you and your sisters. Okay.
No, it was all my kids had experiences there.
Well, yeah, I mean your kids too.
And my husband, and then and this was weird too. If you want me to tell it.
Go ahead.
My son, many adults really, not just kids, thought the house was haunted, because kids have an imagination, and it's a big old farmhouse. So
yeah.
But this was my son had his friend over, and his friend was named Cody, and Cody's mother was kind of she was a little different. She had the red hair. I guess they call it goth. I don't know. I liked her. She was very nice. But she had big tattoos on her chest, and she was kind of into the psychic stuff. So, but anyway, she comes to pick up Cody, and she's sitting in the car with her husband, and Cody was coming out, and I'm talking to her, and she looked right up at my daughter's bedroom, and she said, there's something in that room, and that's not good. And I was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
And my daughter did have a lot of experiences in that room, and then I think in Austin, my son did too. That's where they kind of seen these black shadow things on. Yeah, so it was really strange she said that.
No, this brings me into some situations that I heard you discuss about your daughter and your son. You mentioned in the interview that your daughter has dreams now, like right now. Is that true? And like, how long has it been going on? You know what I mean? Is that's something that I really think that's important to discuss right there.
I believe she's always had the dreams, because I remember when she was a little girl, I bet you she wasn't even 4, maybe 5. We were going to like an amusement park, and she woke up that morning and she was all excited. We're getting ready, and she's like, Mom, I had this dream about this little boy, and he was at the pool, and his nose was bleeding, and everybody was worried he fell and hit himself, and he just, everybody was scared, and all these people were around him. And I said, oh, you just had a bad dream. I said, you're excited about going. And it happened. It happened. We were all sitting there was a pool there, so we went there in the afternoon. And I was sitting there in the chair, and my kids were swimming, and all of a sudden the lifeguard's getting everybody out of the pool, and there's this little boy and all these people going around, and his nose was bleeding, and I guess he jumped in the pool and hit his nose and hit his head, so they wanted to make sure he was okay. I don't think he was hurt badly or anything. But then my little girl, she was like, Mommy, it's just like my dream. And I was like, oh my goodness. So she's very psychic, but she kind of fights it a lot, so she has issues with it. And then again, another dream, when she was in college, she had was she woke up and she was eating breakfast with her friends. She was in a dining, in the dining area, and this girl came in with this really unique dress, polka dotted dress or something on. And it wasn't like something that was a common design. So she just thought it was a dream. And then she said she was in the eating lunch or breakfast with her friends, and the girl came in with the exact dress on. I said, Chantel, you do that. She even had a dream she thought had something to do with Sandy Hook or something, because she said, Mom, because I called her the day it happened, I think, or I don't know how old she was, but we had been discussing it or something. She was like, Mom, I had a dream where I was in the building and all these shots and guns were going off, and I was hiding, and it was just like I was there. So she fights it so much. I think if she would open herself up to it, she'd be full on psychic,
Yeah.
So she has some experiences, yeah.
Now, we come to your son, and like I said, with your interview, I mean, if you can, just don't give me too much information about your actual interview. Okay?
Oh, okay.
But
Okay.
there are some things that you mentioned about your son. First of all, now, from what I've got from that interview, he is into spiritualism, but there was a situation that had occurred when he was younger where he mentions Archangel Michael, and you, according to what you said there, he to that point he had no religious upbringing and training of any kind. Like, is that true? Like, he mentioned Archangel Michael, and
and actually that was in our interview with John.
Exactly.
And I could tell the story where that came from.
Yeah.
So I had a car accident, which is kind of paranormal in itself too. I was going to work and I was late and wasn't being careful enough, and I pulled up out of this kind of a hill that comes out onto the highway, and there was a semi coming, and I pulled out basically in front of the semi like some kind of idiot. I was 22, but anyway, so I pulled up and out, and there he was. I mean, I looked and there he was. So I'm like, oh God, I'm gonna die. There's nothing, it happens so fast. And so he's coming at me, and I like ducked down in the seat with my arm over my head and went down in the seat, and then he hit me broadside, and I flipped back up and hit the steering wheel. It cracked just my arm. It cracked a bone, but it wasn't like it was just a break, like a crack. But that's basically all that happened. But anyway, he hits me, and the seat that I was sitting on went out the passenger door. The seat busted. It busted the seat off because he wrapped the car around the truck. Wrapped around the truck. So the seat went out the passenger side, and I'm on the seat. And so I'm just, when I got up out of the wreck, I was standing in the street. So I stood up, and I really felt like I died, because when something like that happens, there's no way. How could I live? So I was standing there, and I felt like I was dead, and I was just watching over it. And then this guy comes running over that had lived down the street from me. He was behind me, and he was asking me if I was all right and stuff. And I was like, well, I must be alive. So, but anyway, I was telling him I was, and he went and called my husband at that time. That was back in the 80s, 82, I think. We didn't have cell phones, so there was actually a phone booth in this little village area there, and he went and called my husband and said, I think your wife's hurt. Not sure how bad, but it looks bad. The accident did. So anyway, so they get me and they take me away in the ambulance, and I just had some severe bruising on my left side. I busted my arm. Well, just cracked the bone by the elbow, which, considering the accident, I should have been killed. But And then we found out too that the semi truck was carrying 20 tons of steel. It had a roll of steel on it.
Oh my goodness.
And I saw it. I mean, I saw it when I got out of the car, but I thought, well, that must not have been very heavy, or it would have just completely went over the car. Well, I found out later it was like 20 tons of steel, but the guy jackknifed the load. He jackknifed it. So he was a very experienced driver, and he busted, he messed up his wrist. So they said he was in the hospital and had some issues, a lot more issues than me, it seemed like, because he drives,
Yeah. Now.
But anyway, back to, okay, you want to ask me something?
Go ahead. Yeah, go ahead.
So I'll wrap it up with that. So back to that, my husband went to the junkyard where my car was, and I wanted to get some stuff out of it. And he went, and I don't know why back then we just didn't take pictures of everything. We didn't have cell phones. I wish he'd taken a picture of it. But anyway, the car's all messed up, and he was getting stuff out of it, and he was looking at it.
Mm-hmm.
And he said that he was looking at how the seat had come out.
Mm-hmm.
And he said the belt. He said where the belt was, because I had my seatbelt on. He said he was wondering how I didn't get just cut in half, because if the belt holds you and the seat goes, well, what's going to happen, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, and he said the seat it didn't look like it was just torn off at the bolt, or the bolt came out. He said it looked like it was just sliced off. He said it must have been like when he hit my door and it wrapped the car around the front of the semi, maybe something sharp got in there and cut it off like that. But
Yeah.
he said it was such a clean slice. So he always thought that was weird, and he said, yeah, he said it's like something cut that off right at the right time as that seat was going out.
And
so I forgot to mention to you when it happened, and I saw it, and I was going down in the seat, I felt, that's why I thought I was dead too, is I felt this presence come over me. It was like a warmth. And I don't know, some people say, oh, that's just trauma. But I swear there was somebody there. And she said to me, it's going to be okay. Everything's going to be all right.
Mm-hmm.
And I just relaxed then. And then, the next thing I know, I'm out of the car standing there. And I felt like, that's why I felt like, well, I know I died because she was there. It just felt so light and warm. But it's only for a little bit,
Mm-hmm.
So I feel like I was a dumbass that day. I'm sorry, I don't know if I could say
That's
that,
fine.
but I was. And my guardian angel had to come down and say, "Oh my God, what'd she do? We got to take care of this because she has more work to do." Is what I was feeling. So anyway, we would talk about the accident occasionally, but not a lot. I mean, by the time I had Austin, it was quite a few years later. I had him in '86. It happened in '82. I mean, so he was about maybe. By the time he's running around talking about stuff, maybe 4, and we were talking about it at Thanksgiving or something, and
Yeah.
Austin is over and he's like, Mom, I think it was probably that Archangel Michael. And I'm like, Archangel Michael? What are you talking about, Austin? Yeah. He's like, well, he has that little sword, and he said he probably just went in and sliced that belt right at the right time, or, and I was like, what? And we're all looking at each other, and I'm like, we don't go to church. We don't read about the Archangel Michael. I don't even know how he knew about it.
Yeah, at the age of 4 especially. See,
Well, even me, I was like, Archangel Michael. I had to look it up. I was like, is that really what that angel does? And it was.
mhm.
So he's kind of a different kid, a little unique. I think if you believe in I never really thought about reincarnation, but if it does exist, he's probably a good example, maybe. So yeah.
Now, it's completely up to you, but there's like 2 minutes before an hour. If you want to go a little bit over, it's fine with me, because I don't have too many questions left, but I do have some other questions if you'd like to do it,
Okay, we can do that, yeah. And so anyway, that was the story there about that. And yes, it did actually happen. So
that was something that I really wanted to ask you, and there was some other things that you hit upon that I was going to ask you too, like the car accident and everything. Now, in your car accident, you said that it felt like it was an out-of-body experience during the accident.
I don't know if I would say that. I mean, like I said, I would say more. I just felt like a presence was there.
Yeah.
And then I heard that voice, and then people were like, "Well, did you hear?" I heard it in my head. It wasn't like, but that they were telling me it was going to be all right. And it was a she. I always say, because the voice was a woman's voice. So I would say more like I didn't feel an out-of-body experience. I felt a presence, and a very strong, warm presence. And that's why like I said, when I ended up, after it was all said and done, I was like, well, I know the angel, or I talked to an angel or something, and I'm gone. I'm dead. I'm just over here, just looking at everything. I'm out of my body looking at everything. That's how I felt there. But I know, I just think that was shock, right?
And, you never know. You never know.
I wasn't hurt that badly, though. I think, don't you have, mostly out-of-body experiences, don't you have to be hurt pretty bad? Although you are traumatized mentally.
There's people on the surgery table that's having out-of-body experiences. Literally in surgery and looking down on themselves being operated on.
Yeah, see, I always felt like that was with, like, if you were hurt really badly or, but in my case, I was standing there. I was very alive. I was banged up, traumatized mentally. I mean,
now
I could have had a short little out of body thing, maybe just from the trauma, but I just feel like I was just shocked. And I think also feeling that is why I felt like I had passed on.
And see, the feelings is what I'm catching into. Like, when you spoke of the female presence, now let me kind of get that straight. Now, you heard a female presence. You didn't see one, right? You just heard.
No, there's no way I could have, because I was in the accident. So I was, like, I even remember when it was. I I saw the truck, looked to my side and saw the truck. I put my hand over my head, my eyes, and I went down in the seat. It's just like a flex, there's this truck coming, so I'm going over to my left, or to my right, with my left hand over my eyes, and I went down in the seat, and then he hit me, and the impact slammed me back, my arm back into the steering wheel, which broke my arm. And that was when I felt it. Right at that time. It was right at that time. So I couldn't have seen anything because I was right in the middle of all that. But I knew, I heard them say, because I said, "Oh my God," and I remembered saying that and doing that, and then I remember just feeling like, her saying it's all right, everything's gonna be all right, and just like a light. So I don't know. Maybe that's something that people that have out of body experience.
You did just say you saw a light, right?
Well, no, I didn't see anything, like I said, because I was like in the middle of all that like reaction of the accident. So no, I felt it. I just felt like if you go out and you just feel like a sunny day and it's real sunny, you just a bright feeling, a warm feeling.
Yeah.
But I did not see anything. No, I didn't. I just.
Okay. Now, like your perception, like your perception right there. Okay. Now, are you telling me that everything was like bright in your sight? Like when you looked around, everything was lit up and real bright around you. Like a bright sunny day, overpowering sunlight kind of thing.
Oh, like when I felt that?
Yeah.
I would say it's more like when you walk up to a fireplace and you feel the warmth. I felt warm.
Okay.
Felt a light, like, because I was so terrified. I think it felt light, especially after I heard her say that to me. I was like, I just let it go. The fear. I was like, I just felt like I was going to be okay, and
Yeah.
you know, and I was. So
sounds pretty good. I mean, that actually helps me out on a lot of the stuff that I was thinking. So, now.
And I remember talking, like listening to one of your interviews. Didn't you have an experience where you almost died, or you thought you did?
I had one. It was back when I was, I'd say, 13. It was just before 13, actually, when we first moved to Arizona. It was, I almost drowned in a canal because even though my mom and dad told me not to ever go over there, you know how a 12-year-old kid is. He has to build a raft out of a tire and what do they call those? The wood thing the planks and a plank.
Yeah.
I tied it together. I was going to get on that canal and right down it like friggin' up in, you know.
Right.
But apparently I didn't have the experience to actually stand on something like that, so it slipped out from underneath me, and there I was stuck in this canal. And the way it's shaped on the sides, it's at an angle to where it's really, really hard to get up out of there if you're short. And I was like maybe 5 foot back then. If I was like 5'4", 5'5".
Right.
And I couldn't barely freaking climb up it. I had to grab like a crack in the side of the cement and like grab each inch of it and just kind of barely scale myself up it. And by the time I got up there, or the whole time, I was thinking that I was dead. I was like, this is the end for me, you know.
And that's what I was talking about. I think that maybe that's part of the trauma.
Mm-hmm.
Because I remember talking to John about that about your interview. I said he had the same feeling, one of the same feelings I had when I had my car wreck.
Mm-hmm.
I really related to that when you said that.
Now, right there, the best way I can explain that is, for me, those are moments of clarity. They're also spiritual experiences. You have epiphanies, okay? And they're usually triggered by some kind of incident. And like me and yours would be a near-death experience. You see what I mean? And a lot of people experience that, but the only thing is they forget it and they move on. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But they're there. They're real. But your mind tries to shut it off and say that wasn't real, that was just feelings, blah, 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 move on, you know?
Oh.
So,
okay.
I have a different opinion about the conscious and the subconscious than what a lot of people have. A lot of people don't believe the idea that your mind lies to yourself constantly, and you have to keep check on it, because if you allow it to continue, it'll lead you in a direction that's not positive. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's a tricky thing, and especially as a woman, I always have been told, listen to your intuitions.
Mm-hmm.
It's called Power. There's a book out there about it. It's called The Power of Fear.
Mm-hmm.
And as women, we do it all the time. We'll talk ourselves out of something. Like maybe somebody seems off to us, and we'll say, oh, we're overreacting. Because we've been told that a lot. Or we are in a dangerous situation, and we'll say, oh, we're just overreacting. We've been watching too many crime shows or something. But I listen to it always. Yeah.
That's good to hear, because well, let me finish up with these last questions before I start getting into that, because I just trust me, I'm glad that you're
you're
following up on your intuition. That's a good thing. Okay.
Yeah. and it's not just women, but I just don't think men are talked out of it quite as much because a lot of people act like women are hysterical sometimes, and maybe sometimes we are. I mean, so yeah, we're, just face it, we're more emotional. So I think that's why we do that. We're like, oh, we're just overreacting. So okay.
Well, that brings me to a couple other questions, because you also mentioned some stuff in there that kind of gets a little bit deeper, and that's what I really wanted to get into, because this pertains basically to you in particular. This might include your kids, might include your sisters and your mom and everything, but more it's focused on you, okay?
Yeah.
So, right in your interview, you said that you could sense that somebody was watching you. You could also tell that something wasn't right, and that people were going to die, and their aura, basically. You were mentioning that, but then
And what?
their aura, and you guys were
Yeah, happened a few times. Yeah. No, I'm sorry. Go on.
you guys were discussing that, and then you brought up a topic about a man who freaked you out when you was younger working on a job, and he just felt weird about you, and he ended up being or committing a triple homicide.
Yeah, and actually, you can look him up today. He's still in prison. He didn't get the death. He had the death penalty, but then they took it away. So now he's got life. Rhett Depue's his name. But
Go ahead and if you want to, you don't have to, but just like the day that you seen him, and like the feelings that you had when you was around him and he approached you and stuff. Could you share that with everybody and let us?
Sure. Now, I was really young then. I was probably about 18. I was working at a fast food restaurant, and he used to come in, this guy, Rhett Depue, he came in with a couple other workers from Miami University, because, like I said, everybody around there almost worked there. Come in, they were on a trucking crew, and he was the sweetest guy. I mean, he was with the other two guys. They'd always cut up and stuff, but nothing out of the way, nothing bad. They just were fun, and they'd get their food and they'd cut up and all. And they always were joking with me and some of the other ladies, girls. We were pretty much girls. And I never felt anything off about him. I really didn't. But I guess he was probably in his 30s. Like I said, I was 18 and I was married at the time. But I didn't feel like he liked me romantically, but I guess he was wanting to ask me out. So unbeknownst to me, this other lady that had waited on him, this other girl that I knew, he told her that he wanted her to tell me and ask me out, kind of thing. And she asked me, and I said, no, I've never ever. Why would I do that? First off, he knows I'm married. I got a wedding band on, and I said, I just, I don't think of him that like that. He's older. So anyway, she did something. I don't know. He pulled up to the drive-thru, and I waited on him that day. And he wasn't with those other two guys that day. He was by himself. And I think he was pretty excited because he had me by myself kind of at the drive-thru there. Mm-hmm. And he was like, well, did Robin talk to you about what I asked her? And I was like, yeah, but I'm sorry. I'm married, and and I was nice. I wasn't mean. And I swear, Roger, I mean, I remember it to this day. It's like, like you're sitting in a room and a cold breeze comes in. Mm-hmm. It's just like something in his eyes changed. And he just, and it was just maybe for only a few minutes. And I don't remember exactly what he said, but because I was so scared. And anyway, I got to give him his food, and he took off. And I told my friend, I said, don't ever even discuss me anymore. I said, he just kind of, yeah. So, I think after that, he still came in with the two guys. And usually when he'd come in with them, he seemed to have a different energy. It's kind of funny, isn't it?
Yeah.
Irritated me. And maybe I always thought it's because he was with them, but he was always still kind of cutting up. Mm-hmm. So anyway, it's probably a couple years later, and I got the job at Miami, and then it was around Thanksgiving, and there was this triple homicide outside of Oxford. This woman and her daughters, and there's a baby in the house, and somebody took the baby outside, and then they had set the house on fire, so the baby was alive. And they couldn't figure out who it was, and they running around in this small town, and I guess they thought there was a woman involved because the baby wasn't left in that house, and I guess they did find a woman that was his girlfriend or something, and it was Rhett Depew. It was that guy that had done that to me. That house, he had lived there in the basement. I guess he was renting there. And he came back to get some stuff, and there was an altercation with the mother, and then he said that the girls were screaming, and it just triggered him, and he just went crazy.
Yeah.
But he came there with a knife. So anyway, he stabs I think it was a 7-year-old and a 12-year-old and the mother.
Oh my
and the
God.
one, and this is even weirder too, because the man that was on the life squad was my boss at the time. He did volunteer work, and he said the little girl, the 7-year-old, he said they had her on the car hood. She had so many stab wounds in her, but she was still alive, and they wrapped her up in sheets, and they were trying to stop the bleeding. And after that, a lot of the firemen and stuff on the scene had to go to the counseling, because in a small town like that, you don't have anything happen like that. So, yeah, and then they had this big trial, and like I said, he got the death penalty, but then they took that away, so now he's got life.
And you said the man worked for Miami College?
In Miami University, he worked at. He was working the physical facilities area where they maybe move furniture, I think, But
I do still find that kind of odd, though. I mean, because Miami University was affiliated, at least, with that Oxford College in some way, And,
yeah.
Like, a lot of the stuff you're talking about relates back to Miami University or the Oxford College. It just,
Well, yeah. I don't know, at that time if Oxford College was still part of the university. I know he probably had been in that building. They take, if they're on trucking, they take, move offices and move furniture and things like that all day.
Mm-hmm. So far, I've heard about a boy disappearing and a guy who worked there turning into a mass murderer. So
psychopath, right?
I mean,
right.
It's pretty interesting. I mean, I came into this interview not expecting stuff like that, to be honest.
Well,
it's pretty good.
It's interesting that you're talking about that, because the university itself, it has that feel like there's a lot of history. I always thought it was because there's a lot of history and it's older. It could be something to do with the land and the university's on.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. We moved when I was working in the office. We moved from an older building, which we all loved, to a new building they had built, and the new building just had an odd energy. I never liked that building, and everybody else told me that.
That could also go back to the land, like I was talking about before, with like how you were talking about the water well.
Yeah.
And like there could be something with the land instead of the building. A lot of people who are into the paranormal get caught up in the building, and they don't realize that maybe it's the land underneath it.
I think it is the land underneath it very much, because it goes back to where my husband built the brand new shop, and at our old house.
Mm-hmm.
And that brand new shop was just as haunted as the rest of the house, and the house was older. So I think it is the land.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Now, you also mentioned something too that I really wanted to cover, And this one, the triple homicide was interesting, don't get me wrong, but you also said something about a neighbor dying, and you actually thought of your neighbor dying before it had happened.
Oh, there were 2 incidents, and this is weird because it was like there was just a short period where I was like that, because like I said, my own husband passed away and I didn't pick up on it. But this neighbor, we had an older neighbor at the time. We had just moved there, and he was so helpful and so sweet. He would always come down and like mow for us if we went on vacation, and he would just like, he'd come down with garden stuff. So this is where I'll tell about this. So a lot of times he'd, on his way out of away from his house, go back to his house, going someplace, he'd bring us like tomatoes and corn and stuff. And so one day, it's in the afternoon, he pulled in the driveway and he said, "Here, I got a bag of corn and all this stuff." He was so sweet. I love that man. So he comes in, he's like, "Here, I brought this for you." And he's just standing by his car, getting ready to get back in his car, and he's talking to me. And I didn't know him real well, but I suppose he was about in his 50s then. And he was, looked like he was in pretty good shape. Didn't look like he was unhealthy. So I'm talking to him about something random, and this thought just came into my head is, he's going to die. And I was like, what in the world? Where did that come from? That's so weird. So I just kind of flipped that off, And so we talked and he left. And the next week, I think I was talking to this other neighbor. He wasn't so nice. He was always nosy and stuff. I didn't like him too well. But he was either talking to me or my husband because it's been so long ago. But he told us that the man, the one that brought me the corn and stuff, his name was Earl. He said, "Earl passed away. Did you guys know that?" And we were like, "No." And he's like, "Yeah, he was he was at the hospital because his wife was going to have a surgery on her knee. So he was in the hospital and he just like fell over as she was getting ready to go down for surgery. So they whisked him down to emergency. Well, he had his aorta burst and they couldn't save him."
Yeah.
And I was like, "Oh my God." And he's like, "Yeah, and it's so sudden, and he's young." And I was like, and it only been a week before that I had that feeling. Mm-hmm. So that freaked me out a lot. And then, what was the other one? Oh, there was another neighbor. He was sick with cancer, and I didn't know him. Like, we lived on this little back road. There was probably about 5 houses there. But you still weren't real close with some of your neighbors. You just know them, Mm-hmm. So I knew this guy, and he'd drive by and wave, and occasionally I think he talked to my husband, but not much. So, again, the nosy neighbor, the one I didn't like, he was always telling us stuff. So he tells my husband, he's like, "Yeah, that your next door neighbor there, he retired and he's pretty young, and he was so nosy." He said he didn't get health insurance though because he's so young, so I guess he's got a pretty good pension or something. Mm-hmm. So anyway, that's all we knew and all we heard. We didn't care. And then the nosy neighbor told my husband, he said, bet you he wishes he got that health care because he's got cancer. And I was like, gosh. And he told my husband a couple times, he said, "Yeah, that guy's cancer is pretty bad. He's got leukemia and blah blah blah." So time goes on, and I would see the guy with cancer. I'd wave at him. His name was Doug. I'd wave at him and stuff, but I never thought too much about him. I didn't know him. Mm-hmm. As time went on, I got to thinking, he must have got better because it'd been over 6 months. It might have been a year. Mm-hmm. And I was thinking, well, he's probably getting better, but I never thought about him much. You're busy. And one night I got up, go to the bathroom or something, and it just hit me. I thought, that Doug guy's dead. He's just dead. It was just like this stupid thought, like comes in out of nowhere, mm-hmm. kind of like a matter-of-fact thought. Oh, well, that's silly. So anyway, go back to sleep. Here we go. A couple days later again, the old nosy neighbor stopped to talk to my husband because he's got to tell everybody everything. Told me that guy, he told my husband that he had passed away from the cancer. And it was the very night that I had that feeling.
Now see, right there, I don't know if you realize that you do that, you know, because like when you woke up, you said you had the thought, and then like right there you said feeling. You see what I mean? So that's very important to understand if it was a thought or a feeling or both.
Well, I would say it's both. You know, you get the thought comes in your head, and then the feeling, I don't know, comes together a little bit. And then you have a tendency to do is maybe dismiss it as, who knows, but yeah.
Okay.
I don't know, maybe psychics and stuff have an ability to recognize it and go a little further with it. I've never felt like I was psychic or anything. There's something I've been doing lately, and it's really strong in the last couple months. And I've done it before, but it just kind of comes and goes. And I don't know if you've ever done this. I'll mention somebody, like I mentioned somebody to my boyfriend and we work together. I mentioned this guy, and this guy is retired and lives out of town. So my boyfriend goes out to lunch with his old buddies, and he said, "You'll never believe who I saw." And I was like, "Who?" And he's like, "The guy we were just talking about." And I was like, "You're kidding! What was he doing up there in Oxford?" And he's like, "I don't know, but he said I saw him at lunch." And like the other night, I think I was playing cards with some people, and I mentioned Snoop Dogg, and it wasn't 2 minutes that there was a commercial with him on. It's so freaky because I've been doing it so much. I'll mention somebody, it'll just be a random topic, that something from the 80s, and then you'll see it on all of a sudden I'll see a commercial. It's just weird. I don't know why I'm doing that. Something's opened something up, or or I'm just feeling more stuff.
Well, we're getting pretty close to the end of my questions, and
okay.
I'll talk a little bit about that with you, because I do have, like, even in this interview, it kind of opened up a couple things to me. So, but we can talk about it, because it's actually a lot more interesting than what I thought it was. So,
okay.
But you were talking about that, and with me right now, I try to stay away from like showing too much of my experiences on that, and John kind of gets nervous about that. You know what I mean? So, but there's a reason why I do that,
people are skeptics.
Well, it's not really being a skeptic. It's if you want somebody to be valid, then it's best that they don't really know what's going on with you. So, like, say if I give somebody who's claiming to be a person who can tell the future or read into somebody's life, if I tell them something about myself, then that kind of influences them, and it gives them information that they can actually use, to kind of come up with a bad story, you know what I'm saying? Or it could also influence their way of determining something. Like when paranormal researchers go out to do their research, when they go there, if they have something that happens, they don't go to another person and tell them what happened. They just want them to go and look at it too, without knowing what the first person saw.
Yeah, so it doesn't influence their readings. Yes.
See what I mean?
Yeah.
So
yeah.
That's kind of the reason why I don't do that, So I can actually, like it's good to tell people your story. Don't get me wrong, you know. But
Right.
like when you're actually doing research and stuff like that, there's a time when you can do it and a time when you shouldn't. You know.
Definitely. Yeah. In my case, I'm just like, well, you know, I don't feel like I'm a psychic at all. I just feel like I'm open to some stuff and it happens. But yeah, in your situation, to be a little more guarded. But
he gets a little nervous about it. He thinks I'm a doubter. Like I've been around him for like freaking 10, 12 years, somewhere around that area. Like if I'm a doubter, man, why the heck am I still here? You know what I mean? It's like I love the crap out of John, dude.
No, you seem open to a lot of things to me, but I don't know. But, yeah.
Well, he gets upset because I don't open up with him. See, it's like that's the thing. John wants me to be open up and talk a lot of good spiritual stuff, you know, and
good, yeah.
You know, and I just don't do it with him. I guess I should, but I don't. So.
Well, it's however you feel and what you've experienced and how you feel about it too. But yeah, and everybody has a different perspective. And I'm very guarded with my paranormal stories. Like my boyfriend, I don't talk to him a lot about it because I don't think that he believes a lot of it. Or sometimes I think he thinks it's coincidental. Yet he's pretty spiritual. Like when we see cardinals and stuff, he always thinks it's his mother, and he's more on the Christian spirituals than more, I think, paranormal. He doesn't like to dabble in it a lot, although he knows there's some stuff that he can't explain. Right. But I'm guarded because there's a lot of stories I haven't told him. There's a few I've told him, of course, you know, about the accident and things, but you're just more guarded about things like that because people are so mean. There's been a paranormal groups I was on Facebook, and I just got out of them because it's like people just get on there to make fun of people. I'm like, well, why are you even on here to hurt somebody's feelings? You know, if you don't believe it and you think it's a bunch of crap, just go on. But you know that the whole idea is that people can share their experiences and not be judged.
No, I'll promise you that I will never be that way towards you or anybody at all. Okay, and just because I don't say a lot of stuff when it comes to that, don't think that I believe or disbelieve. I'm just
no, and I never feel that way with John because he's pretty open with a lot of stuff. So yeah,
he's the guy I go to like whenever somebody wants to have like a spiritual interview, because I think he can do a better job when it comes to the spiritual side. You know, like right here, like if you notice the difference, I'm not getting into the spiritual stuff. I'm asking you like direct questions and stuff, and that's where I'm good at, you know. Whereas he can sit and he can talk to you about spiritual stuff and relate to you on those levels, which I think is good. I think that's really good.
Yeah, and I mean, and also, like, well, when my son, you know, you don't want to go too much into it, but my son was like, I didn't talk too much about religion or anything. I was like, no, but you know, you kind of worry about talking about that because he's like, I know a lot of people don't like to go there. Mm-hmm. I was like, you just need to talk about your experiences and how you.
He's pretty fine with me on talking about it. Like, if he wants to talk about it, bring it up. I've got another guy that I'm hoping I can get on for an interview, and he said that he's seen the devil since he was 4 years old. Like, literally had seen Satan all that time, you know. And
I believe some of that stuff, yeah.
You know, so, I mean, with me, and the guy I'm talking about, he's very religious, and I have no disrespect towards him when it comes to religion at all, whatsoever.
Yeah.
You know,
the funny part about my son is he wasn't raised, I never took him to, we never went to church, not organized religion. Not that I don't believe, but I'm like, I just am not into organized religion. And like I said, with that archangel thing, I don't even know where that came from. So, but my son's very spiritual now with a very, and he knows a lot about it. And I don't even know how, because I'm like, you never set foot in an organized, like, he's went to church a couple times with friends, maybe. That's about it. So that's interesting too. But
now, I was wanting to talk about the top hat guy, but if you don't mind, maybe we can hold it off later and maybe do an interview with you and your son at some time if he wants to do it, and we can talk about the top hat guy.
Okay, yeah, either way, whatever you want to do, it's up to you.
Because I do believe that's an interesting story too, but like we're at like an hour and a half, and I'm sure you got stuff to do.
Yeah, it's getting time. Back to kind of, I know I did discuss this, and I know it's not a question you're asking, but I did tell John I feel like there's kind of something around me sometimes that maybe protects me. Like, I don't know if they're guardian angels. A lot of people say you have them, but obviously some people don't because terrible things happen. But
if you want, I can give you my feedback now, like my observations on what I'm seeing. Like
okay,
and it's up to you. I don't, and I could be wrong on it, which I'm pretty sure there's a good chance there's a lot of it that I am wrong about, but it's just what I'm seeing. Okay. Now, first of all, I believe that there is something more that's going on other than just seeing ghosts and stuff like that.
I've actually seen a ghost. The only thing I've ever seen is the top hat man. Oh, sorry, go on.
But the reason why I say that is well, I could be wrong here. This is the big part that I'm wrong. I feel that like there's a part of you that knows what's happening, but at the same time there's a part of you that's saying what's going on here. You know what I mean? Like you understand that there is something going on, but you really don't know the full explanation for why it's happening. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's the one thing I do see. Another thing that I see is there's something that was going on with your mother because she had seen that spirit. Then it went on to you and your sisters.
Yeah.
And eventually your daughter started having dreams and your son got into spiritualism. Okay?
Yeah.
There's a connection there, and it's not just with you, it's generations. Okay?
Okay.
That's one thing to look at. Now, with you, I believe, or with all of you, I believe that you guys have a certain gift that's been handed to you, and you're, it's a raw ability. You know what I'm saying? It hasn't been disciplined, and you haven't been able to actually, bring it under control to where you could actually, understand how to hold it at bay, or put it in check when it needs to be done.
Yeah.
Like when you were talking with him about poltergeist activities, there is a chance that it could have been poltergeist activities because you're a female, and I don't know how much you know about poltergeist, but like
I don't, and I do believe like my son's wife has it, and she even thinks so too. She's got some weird things around her. Yeah.
Now, poltergeist activity usually occurs with young girls, especially because as far as I'm going to go is they have different moods and things like that with concerns to being female than what boys do, and that's as far as I'm going to take that. But,
okay.
But that is what attracts most poltergeists to young girls, and that's that's what's basically been, said about it. And so right there is a chance that's a good chance that poltergeist is involved in there. But like I said, I'm starting to believe that maybe you guys have something going on that's a gift, where you see things that ordinary people who don't have that gift don't see it.
Yeah, and I think that goes back to maybe my guardedness with co-workers or friends. There's only certain people that I share things with, because they look at me like, well, that's never happened to me. I thought it was always something that kind of happened to people on and off, and that they would understand, but I know they don't. So I'm more like talking to you or John, and I'm not, like I said, always my son and my daughter. Even she kind of looks at us like, oh, I think she denies it a lot, because she's the one that has the most psychic, she has more abilities than both of us. But
it's like with your feelings and your thoughts. Okay.
Yeah.
You're talking about intuition. That's important for you. Okay. Because you're talking feelings. You're talking thoughts. You're not talking auras, and which you did mention it. Don't get me wrong, but you're not talking it. You know what I mean? It's and in the conversation, the reason why I say it could be because of these abilities or this gift is because, like, when John asked you if you think it's premonition, both of you actually kind of said, well, I don't really know for sure if it's real or not. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If it was a premonition and it wasn't something that was from you, then you would naturally say, well, it has to be something outside of me. You know what I mean? So yeah, it would make sense that it's a poltergeist, but you didn't. You know what I mean?
Right. And my husband, this is weird. I just remembered this. His aunt, his aunt, she told Marty was telling her, my husband, who's deceased, he was telling her some stuff that had happened out at the old house. Mm-hmm. And she told him, she said, and with our daughter in one of her dreams, she said, oh, so Chantel's like my aunt was. And he's like, what? And she was like, yeah, she knew when things were going to happen, and she was like that too. So I think it's on both sides of our family.
Could be. Could be.
And, but yeah.
So I mean, for me, it could be poltergeist. Don't get me wrong, but it could also be something that's with you. Like it's connected to you. You know what I mean? And it's probably a gift or a curse, whichever way you want to make it. And
I think in many ways it's a gift. But the problem is with some things that, like premonitions or dreams, you don't know what's going to happen until it happens. Like, you don't know how to channel it and say, oh, this dream was something I definitely need to pay attention to. And things like that, because like you said, it's kind of.
Another thing, like in this interview, the new stuff that crossed my mind is, like, you mentioned the water well. Okay. And then we started talking, and we started finding out more things that involve nature. You know what I mean? Involve the land, the garage, then the water wells, stuff like that. So you've got something going on there that consists of nature.
Definitely, I think where our old house was, like, I think you heard me talk in one of the interviews about the Indian artifacts and stuff. There's something with that land, and there's a lot of stuff going on there. And there is one other little thing I can tell you. When I was talking about how I always felt like something's watching over me, really things like this happened to me. We had a dog, and I mean, she was a rescue, so she was pretty aggressive. I had to watch her. Sometimes she'd try to, bite the garbage men, and I mean, she could be aggressive. She was a boxer pit mix. And we had a neighbor guy, and he was kind of cocky, this younger guy, and he was out doing something in his yard one day. And I'm telling you, if something happened, you know those kind of people, you're going to have a lot of issues. So my dog bit him, there would be a lot of issues, just trust me. So she gets out the door, and I mean, she is flying out there towards him. And like, she has to go across the road. She has to go down our yard, which wasn't maybe a half acre. She's going to go down our yard, go across the road, and get over into his yard. And she's flying. And I'm like, oh, Jesus. Because she'd never bit anybody, but I knew if she did bite him, it could be bad. And didn't like him anyway. So she's flying out the door. And it had snowed. And so we had quite a bit of snow. And there's a ditch. But our yard, a ditch, and the road. So I'm running at her, and I'm not making any leeway. She's flying, and I'm like, oh my God, she's gonna bite me. And so she starts to jump over to going to the road, and she fell. This is literally what happened. She fell into a snowdrift that was about, in that ditch, and it covered her up, and it made it so I could get to her in time. And he's standing there, like my neighbor's standing there looking like, she better not come over here. Like, oh my God. And I was like, I got her and got her back to the house. And I was telling my husband, I said, I can absolutely not believe that just happened. I said, because she was going to bite him and she was going to hurt him. And I said, we would have had all kinds of issues with her, and him, because he's kind of like that. And he's like, yeah, he said, I've never seen anything like that. And she just went down in that drift, and she was coming, and she couldn't go. And I got her, and I was like, that had to be a divine intervention. But stuff like that doesn't happen to me every now and then, Roger.
Well, that's the way these things happen. It's every once in a while. Sometimes, I mean, like what was the name of that one where the girl she had the antique shop? I forgot the name.
Oh yeah.
It doesn't happen like that. You know what I mean? Ghost Whisperer, I think is what it
was. Yeah.
That's not how all this stuff works. You know what I mean? Like the things that are happening, I believe are things that are being presented to you that you're trying to comprehend, and fully comprehend. You have an idea of what's going on, but first of all, the guy Depew and the stuff that happened in the college, I don't think that's directly related to you. I just think that something happened that's your family has somehow stumbled onto, and that's something to maybe kind of look into.
Okay.
I wouldn't walk away from that too much, because that sounds like not only you but your mom kind of saw something there. There's just too many incidents that you've said in this interview that's kind of like that, you know what I mean? And the way that you presented yourself so far tells me that you're being, authentic, because of the fact that there's still questions that you've got, you know what I mean?
Right.
And that right there, that verifies to me that you're authentic about what you're saying, you know what I mean? So that's a big deal,
right.
So
I also, before we wrap it up, and this is probably a topic for another time, but back to the maybe something looking out for me occasionally when I need help, and especially we have synchronicities with numbers. 1111. Actually, there's a story I'll tell you another time about my husband and him passing away in that number. But yesterday we had to put our dog down, and so my son went with me, and we always have 1111 pop up or something, and I kind of wanted my dog. I know it's silly, but I told him to let me know that he was okay. So anyway, they we ended up going up there to the vet about 2:00, and they hooked him all up and gave him his medicine. And then I was talking to my son, and he said, "Yeah, I just texted my wife." And I was like, I got to looking at my phone, and I said, "What time was that?" And he said, "I told her when they put the needle in." I said, "What time was it when you texted her?" He said 2:11. And he's like, "Oh my God, 2:11."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, "Well, maybe that's our sign."
Could
you
be.
know, we have a lot. I don't know if you've ever talked to people about numbers and
I
not just numbers. It's synchronicity, songs and stuff like that.
I just had a interview or a round table with a group that's into Plato in the forums, and there's a guy in history, I don't know if you know of him, his name's Pythagoras.
Yeah, I've heard a little bit, not a lot. Yeah.
No, Pythagoras, it's been said that he was reborn over and over again through time, and he actually was able to do it, and he had a math equation that consisted of numbers, and that's what a lot of people come into, like if there's numbers that represent marriage and things like that, you know what I mean? So
yeah. This is weird, but like I said, these are stories I haven't even told John, because I was going to hit upon it like in another interview.
Mm-hmm.
About around my husband's death. We found out, he got sick pretty quick, and he died within a month. He had cancer. So they were going in and out trying to figure out what was wrong with him, and maybe trying to do chemo, but he was getting worse and worse. So anyway, he got put into ICU on our anniversary, which was weird. I mean, yeah, they put him in ICU. He was struggling. I had went home, and they called me, and they said, "Oh, he's not breathing, so we're going to put him in ICU." So I go down there. Not only is it our anniversary, we got married on my birthday. So I'm down there, which that's kind of weird, but, it happens. So then his respiratory therapist came in that morning,
Mm-hmm.
and he looked at me, and he said, "I'm glad you're here," because... And he wasn't real kind. His bedside manner, I think he was kind of shocked. But he was like, and my husband's sitting there. He's like, because chemo's off the table, and I've never seen x-rays like this. And he showed us the x-rays. So basically, his lungs are full of nasty, cancers and stuff. So we find out on our anniversary and my birthday that my husband's going to die.
Mm-hmm.
So what's the likelihood of that? I always thought that was so strange. Yeah, my husband's like, "Oh my God."
Yeah. No.
So even happen, stuff like that. You look at that.
I do get into the numerologies and stuff, but I haven't
That's
really
a whole nother thing, I think. Yeah.
No,
So
I think we should come back sometime, and we can talk about that when we talk about the guy with the top hat.
Okay, that's good.
That'd be good.
Yeah. So if you got any other questions or anything, I'm pretty much ready. I guess we should wrap it up, huh?
Yeah. This was an excellent interview. That's the one thing I do have to say. Now, before we go, though, do you have any plugs that you want to put out there? Let people contact you. If it doesn't matter if you don't. I just figured I'd ask you if you.
No, I mean they can get me through Discord, can't they? Can they?
Yeah, they can get you through here on Wonderful World of Weirdness.
Yeah, and what's it under, like summer? Yeah.
You're just in the members. All they got to do is come in. And they can tag you, and it'll give you a message that somebody wants to talk to you. So.
Yeah, so that'll work. Anybody who wants to discuss anything, And like I said, there's probably people out there that think I'm crazy, but
Well, don't worry about it. You know what I mean? You at least you have the courage to stand up and tell your story. And
yeah, I'm never usually worried too much about what people think. I've always kind of followed my own thing. So, yeah, it's been a great interview, and it's nice when I talk to you and John. How many things I remember that I've forgotten too.
Yeah.
You know, kind of stuff things. So that's always a good thing. So
well,
yeah,
it was just as good for me having the conversation too, because I really did enjoy this, and you're always welcome to come back and talk, and tell your son he's welcome to. Heck, if your daughter even wants to come on, you know, any of you guys, and just talk about it. You're more
I know you. I think you reached out to Austin, so and he's going to be off for quite a few days after this week. So I think he's wanting to get together with you to interview. I told him, I said, well, then definitely contact him, and he can talk to you on his own. And yeah, he's pretty
Before
interesting.
we get off, though, I mean, kind of give me some feedback. Am I okay with the way I gave it that review on your story and everything? Was that?
Yeah, that's very interesting. And it's so funny that I guess kind of like when you're in the middle of something or it just life that you don't put things together. But it's funny how you said John put that together with my family. I really wasn't putting it together. I kind of thought, oh, you know, my kids might be a little bit that way because I am. But I never thought about my mom, you know, my mother. And then I forgot about Marty's, my deceased husband's aunt. So there's definitely some stuff in the family, I believe.
Just some stuff to look at, you know, and like I said, I could be wrong. I usually am most of the time. But
I don't think so. It's clear. It's you know, that's it's brought some clarity to that. You know, I just never thought about that. Okay. Yeah. But yeah, definitely. I love the feedback. That's good. And you know, John told me that he thought I was a healer, but I don't know about that one. So.
Yeah.
Because everybody, I seriously to God, everybody around me this year has been sick, and even my dog and my daughter had a premature baby. I mean, it's like everybody around me's having health issues. So, and no matter if I try to heal them, doesn't seem like it's helping. So, yeah, that's for another topic too. But
just try to keep an open mind, and you'll be okay, and you'll figure it out. You know what I mean? Stay close to people that are like-minded and have experienced these things too, because they can help you as well.
Yeah, I think you guys are helping me a lot. But like I said, it's kind of weird since I talked. Actually, that's weird too. It's kind of been since I talked to John that I'm having like I said, I'll mention something and it'll happen. And
yeah,
what do they call that? Is that synchronicities?
It's premonitions.
I guess.
You're having,
but it's been so terribly strong. I'm like, is something shifted? Something shifted.
You're becoming aware. You had senses that something, someone was watching you. Something wasn't right. People were going to die, and you'll get more familiar with it and start recognizing it.
Well, see, now I always felt like, but we, go back to that. I thought that was more like the guardian angels, watching me.
Yeah, I know.
A little, but maybe it's a little bit of both.
It could be. I mean, there's no end-all answer to everything. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah, I think we all do silly things, or we do things that we shouldn't have. Like, I shouldn't have pulled out in front of a truck, or when you were younger, you probably shouldn't have went down there to swim. But I think there's times that I call them light workers. They have to come and help us if we have more work to do on this earth. If we don't, then of course we leave. Mm-hmm. So I feel like sometimes we have to have a little help.
Yep. So,
okay. Well, it's been great talking to you, Roger. Yeah, and I like the format that you have. I think it's real good.
I appreciate that. And
the feedback.
Hey, I'm glad that you didn't get mad at me.
No, why would I get mad?
I'm just, that's the best way to answer that. I'm just glad you didn't get mad at me.
I didn't think. I don't know. I wasn't offended in any way. So
Good.
Yeah.
That means I did good.
yes, it was. It's wonderful. Yeah,
Okay.
and it's brought to light some things for me to think about and put together. Okay, well, it's been nice, and I want to get off of here, and
Okay.
you have a good day.
You
So
too.
where'd you? Illinois.
Yeah, Illinois. Yep. That's me.
Okay. Were you born there?
I was born in Wisconsin. Me and my little sister and my older brother and my older sister were born here.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, we're kind of stuck. Yeah. Once the family starts having babies in that region, they seem to stay there for hundreds of years.
Yeah, that's kind of what we're doing in Ohio here. So.
So I'll go ahead and end this, and I'd like to say thank you again, and I hope you have a good day. All right.
Okay. Thank you, Roger. I enjoyed this. Bye.
You too.